everyone on behalf of CLFMA and myself. A warm welcome to Mrs. Alka Upadhyay ji, Secretary Animal Husbandry, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh ji, Secretary DPPIT, Mr. Tarun Sirdar ji, former Secretary Animal Husbandry, Balram Singh Yadav ji, our past chairman, and all my managing committee members, colleagues and delegates. A warm welcome to you. Today's symposium is about 3 sessions, which my colleague Sandeep Singh ji will explain you in detail. And now I will hand over the mic to Sandeep, so he will be grateful. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to everyone in the room. Let's take a step back and reflect on what are we here to discuss today. We are in the Azadi Ka Amrit Kal, a celebration that we've all started on. But it's high time that we reflect upon the journey of this nation as an agri-economy. There were times when there were famine in this country. There were times that we were dependent on developed world for import of wheat. From that to today, where if we decide not to export rice in the market, we start moving the global prices. 24% of global rice demand is being met by India. So our decision to import or export starts moving the global market. We are the largest, now one of the largest shrimp exporters in the country. 15 years back, this was a completely different story. We were a marginal player. We produce the largest quantum of milk in the world today. As far as poultry, eggs, meat is concerned, possibly recognized easily as in the top 10 countries of the world. This defines our present, which basically means we are reasonably self-sufficient to meet our internal our requirement or nation's requirement. The challenge or the point of discussion today is to see how can we take this to the next level, where we become supplier to the world, and as mentioned yesterday in one of the discussions, at least supplier to our neighboring countries. This has to be done in the context of the global challenges that we face. In last 3-4 years, we've seen global supply chains and commodity supply chains to be broken, repaired many times over. We've seen spikes of inflation in commodities. Climate change is a reality, which will also introduce a sets of challenge in and around how the prices of some of these commodities move. Livestock sector being what it is, will end up consuming some of these materials to produce the value-added product, which means the construct for us from here onwards would be around 2 points. Self-sufficient for the nation, how can we be the provider for the world? At the same time, how do we navigate the challenges that possibly somewhat policy and somewhat climate will keep on throwing at us? So these are the 2 things that we need to keep in mind when we start our discussions today. Yesterday, Minister Rupala ji made a very important point, which was around the fact that since 1947 to 2014, only 3,700 crore was provided to the Fisheries Department, which has become 20,000 crore today, in subsequent to 2014. There is a dedicated ministry for this sector now, which also means the spotlight is on us. It is for the people in this room to decide and discuss and solve for what is needed to be done in the next 10-15 years in this sector to ensure that we shine and deliver to the promise of potential that we are demonstrating for a while. So the 3 sessions today that we have chosen are curating these thought processes. The first one is about becoming globally competitive in a market which will remain challenging, and how do we navigate the same. The second one is around demand and supply, which will start solving for the challenges and our linkages and interlinkages with the global agri-commodity market. And the third one, which is interesting one, is around policy and regulations. So if we were to become an exporter and a livestock provider to the world, how do we handle this with policies which will help the industry grow and flourish in future? With this, I would request the panelists of the first session to please come on to stage. My boss, Mr. Balram Singh Yadav, Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, and Shri Tarun Sridhar. I'd also request Abhay to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Yadav. I'll just give a snapshot on what Mr. Yadav is all about. I'm sure most of the people in the room know, but for people who've come for the first time, he's the managing director of Godrej Agrovet Limited, one of the foremost diversified agribusiness companies. He also serves as managing director of Godrej Tyson Foods, besides being a director in numerous companies, which is ACI Godrej, Creamline Dairy Products, and Aztec Life Sciences. He has been the chairman of CLFMA of India twice, and he began his career with Godrej in 1990, and over the years he's handled the roles of increasing responsibility across businesses and regions in the company. A raconteur par excellence, Balram inspires his team with incredible stories from his rich experience in the field, only when he's not driving them to deliver their best. He's also an active angel investor, mentoring a slew of next-generation entrepreneurs. That's BSY for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd request Mr. Sumit Sureka to come to the stage and introduce Srimati Alka Upadhyay.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. Srimati Alka Upadhyay, an Indian Administrative Service officer from the Madhya Pradesh 1990 cadre, was appointed as Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy on 24th April 2023. Prior to this, she was Secretary, Ministry of Road and Transport and Highways, Government of India. Mrs. Upadhyay has served in various positions in the Government of Madhya Pradesh and Government of India. She has been involved in policy making and decisions in various sectors like personnel, finance, health and rural development. Srimati Upadhyay has done her MSc in Organic Chemistry, MA in Economics, and Masters in Public Administration. I would like to invite now Mr. Divya Gulati to come please felicitate her. I would now like to invite Mr. Naveen Pashuparthi to come and introduce Sri Rajesh Singh and Sri Tarun Sridhar.
Morning to everybody out here. Brief on Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Rajesh Kumar Singh is an IAS service officer from 1989 batch, Kerala Kadair. He has assumed the charge of Secretary, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industries on 24th April 2023. Prior to this, he was serving as Secretary, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairy, Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairy. He has held many important positions in the Union Government as Commissioner, DDA, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Joint Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers Welfare, and Chief Vigilance Officer, FCI, which is Food Corporation of India. He has also held important positions in the state government as Secretary, Urban Development, and lately as Finance Secretary, Government of Kerala. I invite Neeraj Kumar Srivatsav to honor, bouquet, and appreciate the presence of Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh in CLFMA. Thank you, Neeraj. I've been requested to read and introduce Mr. Tarun Sridhar. And this morning, I got this brief, which is a 6-page brief. And I went to him and said, sir, kaise, ye to 12 minutes lagta hai sab, and the speed at which it will go to 15 minutes. So I said, sir, I'll introduce you the way I'm comfortable. If you get offended, we will settle the issues outside. So Mr. Tarun Sridhar needs no introduction, absolutely no introduction. All I could say for CLFMA, he's been a well-wisher, he's been an excellent facilitator for Government of India in his service. He's built a revenue stream for CLFMA, appreciated the efforts of CLFMA, guided a CLFMA, mentored CLFMA, and happy to have him with CLFMA. So I request Mr. Nisar Mohammed to come and appreciate the presence of Mr. Tarun Sridhar with all of us today. Thank you, Nisar. I now hand over the session 1 to the moderator. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm very honored and glad to moderate this session, and I hope that I'll be able to do a good job considering the time constraint and the wealth of information our speakers have. So in addition to what Sandeep Singh said, I must say that I think people like me have run out of presentation material in last several years because of several policy initiatives and capital formation incentive initiatives, if I have correctly coined the whole thing, done by this ministry after its formation. In fact, we have never seen such support, both in policy as well as incentives, to do something. So I think the ball is in our court. And I must say that we are through the first phase of this industry. I am sure that everybody can see that we are now almost on auto mode in terms of growth, in terms of efficiency improvement, automation, and we know how to manage it. The only thing is that animal agriculture throughout the world is very volatile. There are patches of oversupply, patches of undersupply. So problem is not scalability of this industry, problem is now sustainability. And I think from this forum today, we will start talking about animal agriculture 2.0. When we spread our wings beyond domestic into the global arena. I think one of the most important things with my more than 3 decades experience in this sector is that the big problem is that sometimes we make money, sometimes we don't make money. And these patches of overproduction has to be taken care of by export markets or developing neighboring countries which can consume some of our surpluses at some time. But of course, we cannot call them surplus because they have to be proper initiatives where we have to compete with global giants. I must also say that in spite of the fact that we have such a vibrant exports happening from this country, animal agriculture forms only a minuscule part of it. Total agri exports was about $53 billion in 2023, and animal agriculture was about 12 billion, so there is a great opportunity. So I think today we will deliberate and probably get some insights on how we should take this forward. So my first question is to Madam. I must say that I will be failing in my duty if I do not compliment and ask her to talk about various schemes which have been floated by the ministry and their impact, their utilization, and the kind of growth in capital formation they are seeing. Because as Mr. Honorable Ex-Secretary said, that the whole thing has been focused on incentives to invest. Madam, would you like to update on that? Yeah.
So thank you very much. And before I start on the subject, I think a big thanks and from the industry and from me goes to my predecessors, Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Singh sitting over here for putting those policies in place. You know, there has been a paradigm shift from seeing animal husbandry, livestock as a poverty elimination program to now capital formation. The thought itself, I think, has traversed a long path. Today, we are not talking about subsidies for 1 or 2 animals. We are talking about giving incentives to the private sector. Also, I would be failing if I do not draw the example of some of our success stories outside of this sector, for example, the pharma sector or the IT sector, where the entire growth story was written by the private entrepreneurs. To get the private entrepreneur into the room itself, I think, is a great leap of faith on the industry. And today, while the budget of the animal husbandry or the fisheries department remains not too big, it's still very small. But whatever we get in terms of even our gross budgetary support, we are unable to spend because the capacity to absorb is also very less. Now, moving from all that to capital formation or to incentivize the private industry, the brilliant stroke of Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund, and also I must mention the PM Sampada Yojana, together put the outlay is about 35,000 crores in the sector. We all know the person who's initiated this session today was mentioning that we are the largest exporter of shrimps today. We are the largest producer of dairy today. But here, of course, there is a problem. We haven't been able to put our house in order. So the allegation or, you know, the unrest probably in the room here is very true, because as a department, as you know, the convener for the state's animal husbandry departments, I think that a lot more needs to be done. Primarily, we do not have the good phytosanitary practices. Primarily, we do not have a good animal health environment. And a lot of work has taken place and is being done. And I'm sure very shortly, we will be able to overcome these issues. Now, once these issues, in-house issues, are tackled at the government level, the appetite of the private industry, which we have seen through the Animal Infrastructure Development Fund, so that itself shows that there is a lot of enthusiasm, and I'm sure private sector is not going to put in their money in a sinking ship. They would always put their money in something which is going to remain buoyant, and this sector has shown a lot of buoyancy. Very happy to share with you over here, I'm not getting into the figures, but very happy to share with you, so the takers on the Animal Infrastructure Development Fund have been from rupees 5 lakhs to rupees 700 crores. The scheme is so beautifully designed, and in fact, I was very pleasantly shocked. We are posing this scheme for extension before the cabinet, and the interest subvention has no limit. Normally, in other ministries, other schemes, there have been limits कि 5 crore तक का ही interest subvention देंगे, but here it is open-ended. Projects worth 700 crores, 400 crores, 200 crores, 300 crores have been sanctioned by the bank, and we are giving interest subvention to them. Now, there have been so many takers. Most of the big houses who are in this sector have taken loan from us. I was trying to do a check, and suspicious as we policy makers are, I wanted to do a kind of desk verification or ground verification, and I found wherever the money has been given, the banks have given loans to the private sector. All of them are in good shape. The infrastructure has come in place. They have started operationalizing it. So I think there is a lot of push over there. I have a couple of things to mention over here. When we talk about the private sector, Along with this, we will have to also think about the cooperative growth. We will also have to think about the Section 8 companies, the FPOs, etc., and for which enabling environment is very important, which as government we are doing. But I think there is a great scope for a hub and spoke model. While the private sector opens up their capital resources for this sector, unless until we tap in the area around the catchment area or the watershed area, as you say, I don't think you would be successful. So it is a gainful situation for everybody. I was just speaking to somebody from Andhra Pradesh, and it was a very interesting thing. Feed and fodder. This is something which is of a lot of concern to us at this point in time. We have seen an inflation of about 62% in this sector itself, and truly so, it is a cause of worry. And in the G20 side event that we had in Anand, I was speaking to several other countries' representatives, and they say that the same problem exists for them as well. But when I was speaking to this entrepreneur in Andhra Pradesh, he said, I put up a small silage plant, 3 to 4 crores of investment, and what I have been able to do is convince the farmers around the villages, and they are like contract farmers, to grow fodder as a commercial crop. They have done that, and he says about 120 hectares of land has been covered now. So if this hub and spoke model is something that we can build upon, I think in several areas where the investments are coming, we will be able to see a very positive growth. It's not too far that we will be opening our doors for exports as well. In fact, table eggs, there was a problem in export of table eggs. We've been able to make some headway. Sri Lanka, Malaysia, etc. We've been able to sell some of our eggs. So was the secretary at that point in time. We want to harness such situation. So I think all of this together, duck meat, I'll just take one example. Now currently FTAs are being signed and discussed. There is a lot of heated discussion. While dairy has remained as a sector we do not touch upon in any of the FTAs, there was a discussion, a very hot discussion on duck meat. Interestingly, when we found out in the US, duck meat industry is owned by just a couple of families. Just a couple of families. But the production is so huge that they are restless to get into the Indian market. So here also, there will always be this balancing act between small farmers, marginal farmers, and the bigger industries to step up their productions. But I think the time has come that we will have to look at more of infrastructure development. Some infrastructure development is also happening through the National Dairy Development Plans, NPD as we say, and the cooperative sector has benefited a lot from it. Right from milk procurement to milk processing industries are being setups are being taken care of. So I think at this point in time, this should be done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think again you've solved a problem before we asked for it, because we would have asked for extension of this scheme. So thank you very much. I must also appreciate that ease of access is simply amazing for this scheme. So I also need to inform the audience here is that number of entrepreneurs who are getting created in silage is simply amazing. This is just happening under the radar. They don't come from our industry. They are young engineers. And we know several companies in North India who have reached 100,000 tons of silage per annum. Having said that, sir, I think my next question goes to Mr. Singh. Sir, APIDA has done such a wonderful job, $53 billion worth of exports last year. Only about 12 billion from animal agri sector, and most of it is shrimp. Are there some things which we are not getting right in rest of the animal agriculture, or are there some learnings or valuable insights you can give us so we can also become part of that growth story?
Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. And it shows the dynamism and the attractiveness of the sector in a way that two former secretaries were happy to come and join this. Both are formers. Huh? And the reason is that I guess we feel connected to this sector in many ways because of its impact on the rural population of the country, among farmers. And perhaps there's also a cultural connect with this sector, with the livestock sector. So, as I said, I'm very happy to join this discussion today. Before I talk about the success of APIDA and whether we can replicate some successful examples from other sectors onto this, I think we shouldn't sell ourselves too short. If you see agriculture, our agriculture exports and imports as a percentage of world agricultural trade, that is actually higher than our percentage in most other commodities. It's even lower in many of the other commodities. For example, electronics, we just started becoming an exporter, mainly because of the success of Apple. But that percentage I would guarantee is still lower than for agriculture exports. But it's still very low. I think our share in global agriculture trade is about 2%, right? In other sectors, it's combined. It's about 1.5%. So it's even lower. So actually, we've done pretty well, and that is reflected in the fact that our CAGR is higher, the livestock industry in particular, as compared to the rest of agriculture. And it is comparable in a way to the manufacturing and the secondary sector. In fact, comparable to the services sector, not the manufacturing. Manufacturing sector is also sort of stuck in a 2 to 3% kind of a growth rate, and in general terms. The livestock sector is the one sector which has shown higher growth rates than these other, other two sectors of the economy, particularly the general agriculture. But the initiatives that have worked so far, which are very clearly working, our PLI schemes are working at least in some sectors. In the area of electronics and large-scale electronics and mobiles, it is clearly working. In the area of pharma and to a lesser extent in the area of food processing, where again we have a large PLI scheme targeting some 10,000 odd crores of investment and about 2,500 crores of incentives. That again has picked up very well. It has spread all over the country. I'm not sure what is the percentage of livestock and dairy industry in that, but I'm sure there would be at least some industries which have taken advantage of that scheme. The success of PLI has actually generated a lot of calls from other subsectors of a different industry to also seek a PLI scheme. I think I remember reading that our industry does have a cost disability, which is basically the reason for asking for a PLI in a particular scheme. As of now, new PLIs would be difficult to negotiate, but the way I see it, one should take advantage of the fact that we have a good a PLI in food processing, which is perhaps still on, and the PM Sampada Yojana, which has a fairly large subsidy of, I think it's up to 35% subsidy, which is much higher than most other government schemes. So those areas will work. As Alka ji was mentioning earlier, the problem with our ability to get a higher level of exports is primarily linked to quality, to productivity, and our sanitary standards, and the fact that the prevalence of FMD is a convenient excuse in many ways for many developed nations to deny us access. If we are able to create FMD-free zones, we could negotiate our way out to some excess in some of these countries. In poultry, we've had recently a lot of success, as was being mentioned, because they had a problem. They had a supply shock due to avian influenza, in both in the US and Europe, as well as in some of the Southeast Asian countries. And they had no option but to turn to India, and we were able to sort of cut some corners and actually, get the exports done. So, as was being mentioned, there are supply disruptions which happen. Agriculture and commodity exports in general tend to go up and down. But this is a sector where if you see the overall growth potential of this sector, the indication is that India will be having almost a third of the world's middle class will be coming out of India in the next 10 years. We already have the world's youngest, or one of the youngest population, a median age of just 28.2. The government, under the national government under Prime Minister Modi, is investing heavily in infrastructure, both physical and digital, both of which are helping to formalize the economy. And I wanted to mention formalize the economy because there are large elements of our livestock sector which need to be formalized, other than poultry, which is significantly under the corporate sector, which is formalized. The meat industry is highly disaggregated and local. Dairy, contrary to popular opinion, is also not hugely formalized. It is still largely local, and it is except the organized cooperative sector, and that too is regionally scattered. It is good in some parts of the country, and again that is an area where the Modi government has recently taken the initiative of trying to kickstart dairy cooperatives in the other areas of the country where dairy cooperatives still don't exist or have not had much traction. So these are the kind of initiatives, hopefully, which will transition this industry into a more organized, more formal, and even more, it's already very dynamic, it is already growing very well, but it will become even more prosperous, and hopefully we'll be producing enough so that we start exporting once we take care of our quality and sanitary issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll turn to Mr. Tarun Sridhar. The best part of his being with us for last 6-7 years is that he has observed us from all sides, and now he's closely associated with the industry also. So I think you must have seen the success of aqua exports from this country. Last year it was 63,000 crores, and the kind of push which is there, I am very sure it will be more than 1 lakh of crores in 2-3 years. One thing I must also tell you, that there is a positive rub-off on two things. One is overall quality standards in terms of management and production have improved dramatically because of export orientation. The second thing is that it has brought stability to domestic prices by getting rid of these surpluses and shortages during different times of the year, and which has helped farmer make more money. From your perspective, now you know us very well, you know the farmers also very well, you know the dynamics also very well. What would you say about different stakeholders, what they should do to probably come up to the level of shrimp in animal agriculture, particularly poultry and milk and other areas, or the piggery, etc.?
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. And I think after Mrs. Upadhyay and Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh have spoken, they have at least addressed the core issue. And I also made a passing reference yesterday in the evening session in terms of the whole focus from direct infusion of subsidies to investment and creating, and that is what Mrs. Upadhyay explained. And let me compliment her on success in extending the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund. And when initially the scheme was drafted, it was a hard time convincing the Finance Ministry to even agree to take it to the cabinet. So I think congratulations to all of you on that. Now Mr. Singh has mentioned in terms of certain sectors getting formalized and introducing the concepts of corporate management of them. Poultry is integrated, shrimp is another one. There we stop. You see, I would be slightly wary of just trying to replicate the entire shrimp model. Shrimp is a highly traded commodity globally. Dairy is not a highly traded commodity. Only some of the value-added products of dairy are. Poultry, eggs is not a highly traded commodity. Egg in some kind of a powdered form, liquid form, etc. is traded. So let us not be too obsessed with trying to capture the export markets. When I say globally competitive does not merely mean capturing a large share of the export market. It means that your product is in great demand. Now today, just to give the other side of the shrimp story, we may have emerged as the biggest shrimp exporter in the world in a very short period. But we have also been dethroned from that top position in a very short period by a country as small as Ecuador. That is one. Second is, today our shrimp is sold in primarily in the US and some European countries, as a cheap shrimp, not as a premium and a high quality shrimp. Now, why I'm saying particularly is that we are carrying a historical baggage of always evaluating our performance in terms of numbers and quantity. Today, when you say describe the dairy sector, we say we are the biggest milk producer of the world, we produce this much. Describe the aquaculture fishery sector, we always talk in terms of the tons or the liters or what we produce. We never talk in terms of the value and the quality we produce. So first thing is the industry has to now change its mindset. Not industry, when I say, well, I would say all the stakeholders, government, NGOs, industry, everyone who's involved in the entire production value chain, start talking in terms of value, not in terms of quantity. The historical reason for quantity is since independence, for the first 3-4 decades of independence, we were grappling with shortages in all sectors. Now that is past. We are much ahead of that. That is why we have to change our entire orientation. When we talk of livestock sector, let us call it as a food production sector. Once we call it as a food production system, food production sector, we'll start thinking in terms of how the manufacturing sector evaluates its performance in terms of its balance sheet. Why can't you have a balance sheet of the cow every day? After all, cow, if you view it as an economic asset, so if your cow is giving you 3 liters of milk, and it's fetching farmer 90 rupees or 100 rupees, so he's ending up spending more than that. So then you'll start thinking in terms of productivity, what Mr. Singh also mentioned. See, productivity is the overarching issue as far as the livestock fisheries sector is concerned. Per unit effort of a fisherman on aquaculture in India gives 4.5 kgs of fish. In Norway, it gives 250 kgs of fish. So this is the huge gap. So I am very fond of many people would have heard me say it before. When I'm asked to just in one sentence describe the livestock and fishery sector in the country, I say it is like the opening lines of Charles Dickens' novel A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of the worlds, it was the worst of the world. It was a spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. So we are the biggest in terms of quantity, absolute numbers. We are the smallest when it comes to productivity. We are the richest if you talk to absolute value, but we are the poorest when you talk in terms of per unit value. So this is something which you have to guard against. Another thing, the demographic data which Mr. Singh gave, we are not only, I don't know whether we become the most populous or there's still a debate going on whether we are number 2 or number 1. Okay, probably we are the most populous, but we are also the biggest market in the world. And with the middle class figures he was giving, so I think it's very essential for this sector to remain highly competitive is to develop very strong and robust domestic market and domestic supply chain. I have been banging my head against the wall when I talk to the shrimp industry people, etc. When your shrimp can reach from the port of Vizag to New York, why can't it reach Delhi? Why can't it reach Delhi? All of you can Google right now, and I place a challenge that the retail price of shrimp in the market in Delhi would be 4 times higher than what it is in the market in New York. But somehow we have lost out on this. So we need to reinvent our institutions like MPDA and APIDA also, rather like Mr. Singh. Now it's called internal trade. So those agencies also, right from only export development should be the trade development in these things, and this orientation has to change. Lastly, I'll stop here. Another challenge which you have to face is the losses. We are 1/3 losses of our absolute production is a waste and loss. Now waste is not such a huge phenomena in India as it is in the Western world, but losses is something which you can ill afford. Now again, losses, I'm not talking in terms of the moralistic angle that people are going hungry and the food is getting lost, although that angle is also very strong. Damn it, you are losing money. You are losing money, and you have invested in creating that wealth, and that is what you are losing. This is another area which needs to be addressed. But lastly, I'll say overarching is productivity and quality. Mr. Singh also mentioned, Mrs. Upadhyay also mentioned, you will not be able to compete globally unless you address this issue of quality. One more point which is slightly dear to me, Mr. Yadav, if you permit, and I mentioned, industry has to be a bit more aggressive and take pride in the fact that you are in the livestock industry. Abhi Diwali aayegi. Many of you would have gift hampers in which you will have imported chocolates, imported drinks, some imported pies, everything there. Diwali, all these festivals, these festivals are associated with exchange and offer of traditional Indian sweets. The huge variety of the sweets available in India can be matched by no one. And in terms of sweet, you'll put a box of baklava. You'll put baklava. And many of you will do it who are involved with the livestock industry. Why can't we be aggressive and position our sweets as a healthier and a tastier alternative to chocolates and pies and things like that, which are in the... Sorry. You have chena-based sweets, you have khoya-based sweets, you have shrikhand, you have kulfi, you have 10 kinds of barfi, gulab jamun, etc. And now technology is available. The huge machines which are making tofu and selling it at exorbitant prices can surely make paneer. They can surely make paneer also. All these which are making chocolates can make barfi, gulab jamun, etc. This is another area you have to move beyond just raw milk. 215 million tons of milk, but most of it going as raw milk. Your per capita supply availability is much higher. Why can't it be processed into and then maybe look at global markets and other things? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. One thing which we are not guilty of is that we acquired a dairy business in South India, and now our gift hampers have ghee and other things. So we had made sure. Yeah, but I am very glad to supply to all these companies if they want. The second thing, actually, you said that, in fact, some of the places where we have done well, we are also a story of complacency, particularly in shrimp. I think I studied Thailand very closely during the early years of this millennium, when we were stuck with bird flu year after year. In 3 years, Thai industry transformed from exporters of raw chicken to exporter of cooked products. And the government and Thailand industry worked very closely. And in one of the symposium, their head of the poultry industry said that we pray that Brazil should never have bird flu, because we don't want world to come to us for raw chicken again. So I think this is the value addition story. Ma'am, I'll come back to you. I'll have 2 questions in the interest of time. One is, I think milk is one area where probably, I think private, public, government can work and probably open up, because my sense is that the glut years have again started after 2 shortage years. And we will have a lot of milk and a lot of problems along with low prices of milk. The second thing which bothers this forum a lot is feed and fodder initiatives, with the productivity of soya and corn not jumping to the same level as the global standards. So what is our plan to give a little bit of boost to this productivity, and so that we don't have to import any of these products in future?
So the second point first, because that leads to ultimately the first point. And one area which I have taken upon myself as a challenge is this feed and fodder business. And the probable shortage, the probable mismatch in whatever is given as feed to the cattle, etc., etc. This is something which will need very high focus. We have, for one, it's very interesting. Fodder, because it relates to the cattle, as a business allocation principle is with Animal Husbandry and Dairy Department. Whereas the farmer who understands farming is with the Agriculture Ministry. The fodder seed in terms of allocation of business is with the Agriculture Ministry, and yet we are expected to be self-sufficient in fodder as our own mandate in the department. Various efforts have been made. Various trials have been done. There used to be a subsidy system which has been done away with. There was a talk of, if I'm not mistaken, a fodder mission at some point in time, but that fodder mission also could not take off, because there was a bit of non-seriousness, I guess, on this topic at the policy level. Now it has entered again into the drawing room, and it has become a very important focal point. Between February to June this year, we were seized with high inflation in milk prices, and that kind of rattled the government. And we then were able to show the picture to the government and say that the real problem lies in this sector. In one of our schemes, the National Livelihood Mission scheme, which is being restructured, we have in fact, the Finance Ministry has agreed to bring this again as a part of the scheme. And we look forward to having more entrepreneurs in this area. We also look at combining the efforts of the forest, the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Agriculture Department. In fact, one of the entries that have made into the National Livelihood Mission is, Livestock Mission, sorry, is cultivating wastelands or the forest lands, because gochar land we all know is scarce, but degraded forest, where there is no forest, where there is no entry for anything, we've been able to convince the government and get this as part of the scheme. So I think several efforts from several directions will only yield results. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the hub and spoke model is something where entrepreneurs bring in their technology, where they bring in the market. I think that will give enough confidence to the farmers. So that is on the fodder side. Now on the dairy side, I think a lot has already been spoken. We've had a fantastic run, 6% year-on-year growth in the sector. And in fact, in the year 2022, there was also a condition where we were able to export some of our skimmed milk to some of the countries abroad. But this year, as Sir has said, we are again in a situation where there may be a glut period. The seasonality, in fact, is one of the most, I would say, the bane for this industry. And Sir ne wahi baat, I think, kahi ki let's not be very gung-ho about it, look at it as a food system rather than just as an enterprise. I think that's a very important lesson for us. Going by statistics, the milk is the largest crop in India, and it amounts to about 8 lakh crores. Now, I totally agree and resonate the view that Mr. Sridhar has said. We must look at the domestic industry because I think aap log zyada aware hai. I am very new entrant into this sector and I've had no exposure to this sector earlier. The international prices are not favorable for us at this point in time. In fact, markets outside are pressing hard on our doors and knocking our doors very, very hard to allow entry. Government has been very, very supportive and not letting that industry, those products come in the FTA. Having said that, even though we have been able to have a very good growth, the farmers have also faced the music in the glut season, and this year Maharashtra, for example, started facing the glut in the month of June itself because of the changed rain pattern, or in the month of July, if I'm not mistaken, June and July. And then the government stepped in and they kind of fixed a minimum support price. Then also there were a lot of people who started crying horse ki ye kya minimum support price milk mein kab se aa gaya hai? Well, it was not a minimum support price, but kind of trying to ring fence. Several policies of the government, while trying to keep the retail prices in check, have not been very favorable for the farmers. So all of this put together, I think there is a need to develop the Indian market. There is a need to invest more in food processing industries. I have figures with me which talks about the projected export for targets, and this is on the basis of the figures given to us by the industry. The short term for the year 23-24, currently we're exporting about 2,600 crores. We hope to reach to 2,860 in this current year, 5,200 crores as far as the short term, the mid-term target is concerned, and then by 2047, which is what we all envisioned in our vision documents, about 28,600 crores. So all of these efforts are there, but I think rather than be absolutely gung-ho about or focusing all our energies and channelizing all our efforts towards exports, the local market will provide us with a lot of support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll stay on this subject because, and I'll push my luck a little, because something which bothers all of us is corn and soya production in this country. I'm saying that one of the quick fixes in this area is to scientifically test GM and bring it in. Suddenly there will be a improvement in yield, production as well as productivity, and that takes care of back of the envelope numbers will take care of about next 10 to 15 years of the requirement of industry, food as well as starch industry as far as corn is concerned. Is there any plan between these two ministries to evaluate this and try and introduce? Because anecdotal data says that it was Mr. Rupala and Mr. Modi ji who were in Gujarat when GM cotton came. I think the same team is here. So is there a chance something like this likely to happen?
What to say? And I think this was a subject which was dwelled somewhere around 2016-18, sir, if you remember. But I have another reason, and why I say this over here, another factor to be very worried about. So in my earlier ministry, in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, we were talking about ethanol, blended fuel. We were talking about ethanol. And a large part of our corn is now being diverted towards fuel industry. So one, we are short. Two, the greener pastures, that side, I think that is also a cause of worry. And on this context, I think very soon, government as a whole approach will need to be taken as to how much are we promoting ethanol at the cost of fodder availability in the country. That will also have to be brought on the drawing board. But I was told by someone who has a lot of experience in innovation, etc., and they mentioned that there is this DGCD. What is that? DDGS. Yes. From as a remnant of all of this processing will also be available. But I think we are not really thinking in those terms as to the government as a whole on promotion of ethanol. Either we go for a very lock, stock, barrel approach to promote corn, or we have to take a very balanced view. So I think many of you who are sitting in this room should also form a voice on this. So that's a problem that I pose before you, rather than give you a solution on PG.
So I am an advocate of GM, and in several fora I have been very embarrassed by the NGOs several times, and you know the people I am talking about. I must also just tell you one more story which will make you interesting. I was invited by one of the banks. They have a program called Leading Ladies, where they just to attract wealth of their husbands, they take ladies through some kind of orientation, and I was supposed to speak on agri. And the question came from one of them was about GM crop. And I asked only one question, then how many of your children are staying in US or working in US? Almost 90% of the ladies raised their hands. And I said they're having GM food every day. So I think, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Hypocrisy. Sir, coming to you now, two questions. One is, I think time and again we have said that poultry is a low-hanging fruit as far as opportunity to export is concerned. I'll stay with that because I strongly feel I've seen this industry more than 30 years, that just to make a vibrant domestic sector, we need an outlet. And when export starts, the standards go up in domestic also. And value addition, hygiene standards, traceability, because we can't do it for export and not do it for domestic industry. So we have been saying that in case, because our efficiencies are very good and I can vouch for it because we are partners to Tyson Foods. Godrej Tyson Foods is a company which I am MD of also. And our standards of efficiency, whether it is FCR, hatchability, processing yield, etc., matches the best. But we are still not able to compete, primarily because of cost of production, because corn soya is very cheap in Brazil and US. And the second thing I would say that just to address this issue and to get things going, is there a possibility of MPDA kind of organization in a small setup be set up for poultry? And I must tell you that we are just itching to go because there is so much of capital formation happening in all sectors. And ma'am is a witness to that because several of our initiatives in that infrastructure fund have gone to poultry. I think we're just waiting. It is a revolution waiting to happen. Can the government facilitate it?
To be very frank, I don't think the government has the appetite for a fresh promotional agency. On the contrary, if you see some of the other commodities, the tobacco and the rubber boards, etc., the trend is towards rationalizing and closing them down. The easier move would be to, APIDA, besides other agriculture products, does take care of buffalo meat exports as well, and it is a success story. It may be easier to bring poultry, meat and exports also, and egg exports under them, particularly because the Export Inspection Council, which handles the egg exports in particular, has not been able to facilitate their exports to the extent that it is required. Bringing it under APIDA would be good. At a broader level, in terms of the quality standards, etc., the government's thinking now is that we'll have two sets of standards. For the non-food items, we'll have only BIS. And for all types of food, including livestock sector products, so the idea is that it will all come under FSSAI. Now, and we get rid of all these other, parallel mechanisms, AgMark and all these other things that are going on. The only problem with that is that FSSAI, of course, sets out minimum norms, which are essentially for, certifying for human consumption. Those minimum norms may not always be sufficient for exports. So we'll probably have to put some higher standards for exports to meet the global requirements. And one way of doing it would be to perhaps create, if not, at least some other aspirational standard or a graded set of standards through FSSAI to facilitate exports. That would be the way to go. And similarly, when it comes to APIDA, as I see it, we'll probably have to look at APIDA as the option. Fresh institutions are unlikely to be sort of looked on with favor by government.
So, because we were talking about poultry and I had just joined and there was this, I had the occasion to be attending the OHA conference in Paris. And one of the things that came up from the industry, several countries, was that we do not have these disease-free compartments. Surprisingly, there were only two. So one of the efforts that we are making, and hopefully with fingers crossed, we have now applied for 28 such compartments. We have posted with OHA, we are in correspondence, and I have a feeling we should be able to make a breakthrough over there. Once these numbers also rise, and when besides other things that are happening, I think that will also facilitate our trade.
So that is one more question answered before it is asked. So it was there, that zoning of. But I'll stay with Singh sir, and I just want to say that one thing which makes us insecure most of the time is the threat which may become a reality in future is import of chicken. And I say in all fairness, we don't mind importing chicken if you also allow us to import cheaper corn and soya meal from outside. And I think that one way is that we already have a foot in the door. You allowed almost 1 million tons of GM soya meal come in. So what is it that which is stopping us now to create a level playing field?
So if you ask for my personal opinion, I totally agree. I don't see any reason why we should not allow GM corn in India, particularly since in different contexts we batted for GM soya meal imports at one stage, and the whole of government did agree to that. There's no reason why it can't be agreed for other areas as well, but except for the fact that we have a very strong set of environmental activists in this country who are also very litigant. And it is that fear of litigation that which is preventing fairly simple. I mean, we've had a recent example of some, I think alpha trying to be brought in, where our department, which was my previous department as well, supported it, but agriculture, which is supposedly not looking after this subject, is worried about clearing those shipments. So personally, I see no reason. I think, but we have to convince all arms of the government to get it started. The other question that you had was about what was the other part? Import of chicken. Yeah. So I mean, I think that you can rest assured that your department will fight tooth and nail and prevent market access, except in very niche areas like pork or in duck and things like that, where we really don't have much production. In other areas, I'm sure the department has been quite strong in defending it. There is a lot of pressure, particularly from the Commerce Ministry these days in the context of the new FTAs that we are trying with EU and UK. But so far, we've ensured that dairy is an absolute red line, and in the meat products also, in general, we are very, very conservative, except in very niche products like perhaps some specialty pork and specialty cheeses and those kind of things. So I don't think you need to worry on that score.
I must add one thing, sir, that these niches, high-value products also give us an opportunity to import substitute, because plenty of times I have seen, including we had a retail chain, high-end retail chain at one time, that initially we would get those products from outside at cost X, and suddenly our entrepreneurs will start making it at 0.5X, and that import substitution will happen. In some way, opening door for that is also opening way for us. I think I'll be failing in my duty if I don't allow the audience to ask questions, because they're very eager. Plenty of times these people have said that you take so much of time yourself. So I think you can ask the question.
One thing on GM,
yes.
I just want to add. I think Mr. Singh actually explained in the correct perspective the issue with respect to GM. So just one word of advice to the industry. The opponents of GM, the environmentalists, not only are they litigant, they are very vocal. The votaries of GM are silent. As you mentioned, I was also part of certain discussions. There's a general consensus in the government that we should be allowing and promoting the GM products, GM crops. However, it's an issue of whether there is a political risk involved and whether it is worth taking that risk. Why? Because government hears only the voices of the opponents of GM and not voices of the votaries of GM supported by scientific data and evidence. That is what you need to do. Believe me, in the highest echelons of government, there is a by and large consensus that we have to take a call on this.
Sir, your advice on both these days have been well taken. We are reasonably embarrassed by what you have said. So I think we will make sure that we create adequate database, knowledge, and speakers to counter these narratives at all places. We'll do that. Questions? Yes. Naveen. Just your name, what business are you in, or what is your question? Only question. Huh?
Thank you for good deliberation, Balram, and appreciate all the panel members. So I'm from Bangalore. We are into meat retailing under a brand called Nandu's. Of late, we are getting a lot of information that a free trade agreement has been signed between India and Australia, under which the import of mutton and lamb comes under zero import duty. Can you just throw some light, please? We're a bit confused on that. What's happening? If you can educate us.
Who do you want to ask? Somebody wants to sing.
The information will be helpful. I don't know, whoever.
I'm not aware of this particular news. I don't think it has any basis. India, Australia, we don't have a full FTA as yet with them. So you're talking about the full FTA when it comes. Right now what we have is what they call a low-hanging kind of a limited FTA. In the other one, I'll have to check whether their ask is for mutton as a whole. it is very unlikely that we'll agree if the department does not agree. So it's very unlikely, very, very unlikely.
We haven't agreed on that, on the mutton part.
Any other questions?
We have a dozen poultry corporations under state governments. There are corporations in excess surplus egg production areas like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and all. And there are poultry corporations like UP, Bihar, Bengal, where they import the eggs. Why not the government corporations could be managed along with the central government and put a poultry board? This demand has been, I am saying, for the last 40 years. Why a deaf ear the government pays for separate poultry corporation? Once upon a time there was Meat and Poultry Development Corporation in the central government, and we are not hearing about it. When you have interest in the seafood and the wealth under the seawater, why not on ground you see the birds, you see the eggs, you see the chicken, why don't you do it? What is preventing the government? Any political influences are there behind that?
I think I'll answer a bit, and then probably Mr. Sridhar would be able to answer in detail on this. You see, having these boards, and just now Mr. Singh spoke about it. As such, the government is not in favor of entering into new institutions, one, and two, business potential. That is something government is not very good at. So once we have these, and as you said, there are certain boards which are doing well and most of the others are not doing so well. The market economy or the internal trade itself is fairly robust, and intervention of the government in terms of forming a board, to my knowledge, doesn't make much of a sense in these times. I may be wrong, but this is the feeling that I have of my 3-4 months of experience over here. So would you like to elaborate a little on this?
Actually, I also don't really understand the rationale of demanding a board. You see, amongst all the subsectors of livestock and fishery sectors, poultry is one which is organized, which is formalized, and which has been consistently registering the most impressive growth. Poultry meat is growing at 22% these days. Is the highest growth of any food sector anywhere in the world, etc. Now, if you want to reverse this growth, probably we can think of a board.
Last question.
Good afternoon. I am M.A. Nazir, editor of Poultry Fortune and Aqua International. I have been in both the industries for more than 30 years. I'm very happy to see both the secretaries, Madam Alkaji and
Nazir sir, question.
See, about poultry board or, Poultry Products Export Development Authority, when the aquaculture industry has grown to the level of 63,000 gross exports because it has Marine Products Export Development Authority. And I strongly believe that, if you have a separate poultry...
I asked this question,
yes,
I think.
Because I couldn't get any positive response, from both the secretaries, because you are there to protect this industry. Tomorrow, maybe there might be different secretaries with different thoughts and attitudes. If we can really help this industry with a separate export development authority for poultry industry, that will be nice. And also about
Nazir,
the GM.
This has been answered already.
And also about... thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, this is Vijay Ting from Intas as well as representing INFA. So the focus of the government has been on ease of doing business, but we have seen few laws being enacted by few states like Andhra Pradesh Feed Act, which causes a lot of issues and problems for the businessmen, the corporates. So I would like, there should not be another state coming up with another law, which makes the business difficult. So we would like some intervention from the government of India, in this regard.
I think what we can be talking about, see, this is a state subject. Let me start from there. It's a state subject. So a directive from here probably is something which cannot be done, and even if there is a directive, states are free to act or enact. That is where I begin with. However, even the state governments understand the prospects of business. So an advocacy with them is very important. What are the negatives of all of this? In fact, right now we are having the regional review meetings, and many of the secretaries, this is a department where either people know a lot or people are very disinterested. So when we were having this RRM yesterday, we were discussing about these things. And what comes out is the states want to protect their businesses, want to protect their farmers. And in that, I think I should not be using a negative term, but in that enthusiasm, the kind of fact that Andhra Pradesh has brought in has a negative ripple effect. But point well taken. I would request you to have a discussion with me on this. I would like to understand what it has created, what are the negative impacts that have been created. We can surely talk with the states, make that a discussion point, sensitize them a little bit more so that these follies don't happen. But the general enthusiasm of the governments to protect their constituents, I think, is playing up a little.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Let me have the last question.
Thank you.
Last question, please. I am Ram Kuti from Coimbatore. Madam and sir, the micronutrients we deal in poultry feed formulations, most of I deal with these additives, feed additives for the poultry feed. They are very, very critical. We in India, most of these micronutrients are very critical for the formulations. We totally depend on import, and mainly from China. And we have been having now and then this kind of problems, clearing and duty and things like that. And what the government should do, probably we should facilitate to make most of these items, vitamins, amino acids, most of these micronutrients, we should do it indigenously. Further, probably the government should address this technology. Because once China was totally dependent on import, now totally they are independent now. They make their own these micronutrients. Will you please help us to get this indigenously?
So what you're saying seems to be a research and development issue, really. About the trade itself, we do have restrictions when it comes to foreign direct investment from China, but as far as trade is concerned, and particularly trade in inputs and intermediate products, there are no such restrictions that I'm aware of. R&D, of course, that is something that we can certainly look at. Both our state institutions as well as the private sector institutions should look at this gap and try to address it. I think that is something that the somebody like ICAR should have a look at it and find out how we can produce our indigenous inputs of this type. I remember there was a time when I was still in animal husbandry, I was surprised to know that even Amul was importing various cultures for all of their curd and other products. And I think now they've started making their own. So it can be done, but it requires some R&D, and a push from both government and private will help.
And one more point, sir. We don't see the duty structure for the same items. Each country FTA, we have for some countries FTA, for some countries we don't have. From Europe, it is 30%. We import from, from Singapore or Malaysia or Korea or Taiwan, these places. The FTA, again, the things for same item. So we are not kind of think 10% difference that makes a lot of difference for importing from these countries. Why can't we have some uniform duty from whatever country we import?
Yeah, so I assume the particular product that you're talking about may be affected because there could be some bilateral trade agreements which are different from the general tariffs that apply to that particular HS code that you're talking about. We'll have to look at that. Where bilateral, you'll have to take a commercial call on whatever is making sense for you in terms of the landed cost after adding imports. Those are, as we expand our list of FTAs, which we intend to do, hopefully some of those issues will disappear.
And one more thing, that we see the chapters. We see some of the items on the 2-3 chapters. We get confused and get stuck in the customs. So that also has to be a little more, no ambiguity, sir. There should be very clear chapter classification should come. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I think we are out of time now.
Already are past it. I'm very happy and thank you very much for such an enriching discussion. And I think this government's proactivity surprises me every time I interact. So thank you very much. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you. So the takeaway is clearly value, quality, productivity. Focus on domestic market while build exports. The moment you start building exports, your quality internally also starts improving. With these words, we thank Mr. Yadav, Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh and Shri Tarun Sridhar for their precious time. Thank you very much. We break for tea now, and we plan to reassemble by 11:45. So that's when we start the second session. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
I've said like 5 times.
We are running behind schedule. Please take your seats. We need to start the second session. If I see the panelists, I'm calling them. We now move to our second panel discussion, which is focused on demand and supply. May I request all the panelists of the second discussion to please come to the stage and take their respective seats. Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastav, Shri G.N. Singh, Dr. Praveen Malik, Mr. Naveen Pasuparthi, Dr. Sandeep Karkhanis.
आप उनको बुलाइए.
with the rest of them. Before we start the session, may I request Mr. Divya Gulati to come on to stage and felicitate Neeraj ji. Neeraj Kumar Srivastav is the Managing Director of South and Southeast Asia at Novus International. He has responsibility for regional sales, marketing and technical teams and overall business. He's also responsible for leading the strategic and direction for product commercialization across South and Southeast Asia. Neeraj was elected as chairman of CLFMA for tenure of 20 to 22, one of the most prestigious organizations of livestock industry. He's also on the board of various reputed industry associations like PFI and AMCHAM India. He holds bachelor's degree in science from University of Gorakhpur and 2 master's degree, one in Masters of Science in Chemistry from the same university and a Masters of Business Administration and Marketing, along with many international accreditations from reputed institutes like Melbourne Business School, University of Colorado, North Carolina State University. May I now request Dr. Huda to come on stage and introduce Shri G.N. Singh and invite Mr. Jason John to provide bouquet, shawl and Nariyal memento to Shri Singh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a privilege to introduce Shri G.N. Singh ji, Joint Secretary, Admin Trade, GCIC IT in the Ministry of Fishery, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India. Shri G.N. Singh ji is a very active bureaucrat and is managing many tasks, including the administration of the department. The main task being handled is the trade, India being a hotspot for the many countries for exporting and importing in and out of India. Sir is taking care of efficiently multilateral trade issues among more than 140 nations. Many people may not be aware that animal quarantine and certification services AQCS, which are present in Delhi, Calcutta, Chennai, Bombay, Bangalore and Hyderabad, are under his command. And they provide services very proactively in facilitating the recent export to Sri Lanka and Malaysia for the table eggs. He is very enthusiastic and supporting to the animal products export from India to any nation. Sir made a comment which was a very casual but very interesting, that why can't CLFMA export the feed for the nations? Please, we welcome Shri Singh Saab. Big round of applause for Shri G.N. Singh ji. किसका जी? हाँ वही डॉक्टर प्रवीण मलिक। और किसको बुलाना है? बुके देने के लिए? डॉक्टर प्रशांत सिंह। May I request Dr. Prashant Shinde to come and welcome Dr. Parveen Malik. Dr. Parveen Malik, a veterinary microbiologist, presently working as principal scientist at ICR and chief executive officer at AgriNotive India Limited, a Government of India Enterprises, New Delhi, has about 30 years of research and management experience on animal diseases. He has worked on the surveillance of diseases in free-range wild stock and livestock and steered development of many diagnostic and vaccine candidates under his leadership. He also worked as an in charge of National Center for Veterinary Type Culture, a repository of microbes of animal origin. As director of CCS, National Institute of Animal Health, he has instrumental in reviewing the institute responsibility and recommending licensing of veterinary biologicals in the country. He is the recipient of fellowship of reputed National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, NAVSI, IA, VMI, ISVIB and Indian Veterinary Association, as well as honorary fellowship, Meteorology Society of India. He has also been conferred with the Lifetime Achievement Award of Indian Veterinary Association beside Dr. P.G. Pandey Memorial Orientation Award 2023. Big round of applause for Dr. Saab. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to introduce the other two gentlemen on the dais. Naveen is, and also I'd request Dr. Anup Kalra to be on stage to felicitate Naveen. Is he around? Nisar, maybe you should come and do that then. Naveen is a salesman by heart, has worked in US for a few years, and is currently the chief farmer, Nanda Group. His business initiatives span from India to United Arab Emirates to Oman and Nigeria. He's also the co-founder of Nandu's, the direct-to-consumer brand and omni-channel meat retailing initiative based out of Hyderabad and Bangalore in Nanda Group. He has been associated with CLFMA of India for over past 4 years as a treasurer and now deputy chairman. He has done his BCom from Bangalore University and an MBA from Rutgers University, United States. May I now have Dr. P.S. Mahesh on stage to felicitate Shri Sandeep Karkhanis. Dr. Sandeep Karkhanis, present in MD of Noveltech Feeds Private Limited, has a career spanning over 36 years in animal health and nutrition. Throughout his tenures, he has held various roles such as CEO, Managing Director, Country Manager, Country Director, and Head of Animal Health. Some of his previous organizations include Unilever India, Provimi, Cargill, KNIL. Known for his strategic vision and ability to build exceptional teams, he has achieved remarkable success in driving profitable growth. His leadership prowess and valuable contributions have been recognized with numerous awards, including accolades for business leadership and research work. With a keen focus on both domestic and international markets, Dr. Karkhanis continues to make significant impact in the industry. I now hand it over to the moderator of the session, Neeraj, to take things forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we all heard a very interactive first panel discussion in the morning today. That was quite enlightening. I'm quite humbled and honored to moderate the session 2 with such eminent panelists who are present on the dais. In fact, we are waiting for Dr. O.P. Chaudhary. He got stuck in the morning meeting. If he comes, he will join us in this. But let me start the session today. I think you all know the theme of this second session. We are talking about challenges in the feed security, especially the demand and supply gap in the availability of raw materials. I think a lot of things have been already spoken in the morning session. But still, this is one of the burning topics of our industry at the moment. I believe from 2019, our poultry producers, they have made continuous losses. And what we have seen in the recent past few years, there is a very high volatility of raw materials, which is creating a lot of challenges on the feed security, and eventually the cost of production for our producers is going up and they are incurring losses. The challenges are both in the terms of quality as well as in terms of quantity. Okay, we don't have, if we look for any alternate raw material, the adequate quantity is not available. If I talk about our industry requirement, so we require close to 8 million metric ton of soybean meal and almost 20 million metric ton of corn. That's what is driving the whole industry. And we all heard morning one more challenge, new challenge about the corn usage in ethanol, okay, where we all need to wise up. I think this session is really going to make a lot of interactive communication as well as ideas, which is going to drive the future of our livestock industry and their requirement. I strongly believe that demand and supply is being driven by major 3 things, and the very first one is the right information of the production data, which what Naveen always used to talk about, that we should have the right information. If I take example of even corn, the trade data says that we are going to have after Kharif crop close to 30 million metric ton production. However, government data says it's 34 million metric ton. Okay. So you see there is a gap of 13 to 14%, which itself creates a huge confusion. The second big thing what I see that is the exports. Okay. So if I talk about countries' corn consumption, almost 20 million is required by our industry, 6 to 7 million goes to the starch, 1 or 2 million close to domestic consumption, and the rest 1 and 1.5 million goes for the seeds, which itself goes to 30 million metric ton. And if any export happens, so that creates a huge pressure on the availability of the corn in the country. I'm leaving all other aspects, ethanol and all those things separately, but this is the only driving factors. And we see that the price is 17 rupees to 27 rupees. This is what we have seen the swing in the last time. And the last one is the growing demand of livestock industry. Okay. So in a recent survey of EMR, I think poultry itself is going to grow from current 28 billion to 44 billion in the next 5 years. With the growth of 8.5%, we see that for dairy, it's going to be an 11% CAGR coming in, and aqua is also not less, which is 7% growing year on year. If I put all these together, this itself is going to create a minimum 10 lakh metric ton maize requirement additional in the next 5 years. Just think over how we are going to meet this requirement. If I talk about the current our production, we are close to 3 point odd per hectare production, whereas the world average is 5.8 million metric ton per hectare. So see, this is the another gap, and I think in the morning session, Mr. BSY took one of the idea about GM crop that can be a solution that how we can increase the yield. Okay. We have recently seen the DORB and the molasses availability and the price both in the country, which has impacted badly our dairy feed, cattle feed production. I was talking to some people, some of the feed mills, they have closed because of the non-availability of these two products. So today, I think we have two eminent people from our industry who are going to voice from the industry side, and we have got two senior policy makers who are sitting with us, and definitely would like to have this session. We are going to talk to you people also. If you have any questions and your valuable inputs, we can ask those things and we can talk. Looking into current scenario, I would like to ask first question from Dr. Sandeep Kakhanis, with his experience, that what are the current changes and challenges he sees being one of the leading feed manufacturer of the country. So Dr. Sandeep, over to you.
Thank you, Neeraj. And it's a great honor for me to be here on the stage to address some of the issues of the industries. I will restrict myself mostly to the poultry industry where we are currently dealing with. And in poultry industry, there are a couple of challenges. First, as you rightly said, about the availability of the raw materials. And within availability of raw materials, I think in the previous session, Balram has spoken a lot about the maize. But I just would like to touch upon one of the aspect of the maize which was not being talked about in the detail, which is on the ethanol production. So as you know that the numbers from the ministry are somewhere around 35.8 million metric tons of maize, which will be harvested this year. And 47% of the maize goes into the poultry industry. 13% goes into the cattle industry. Starch is around 14%, export somewhere around 6%, and a very small fraction today, it goes to the ethanol production. I think everybody is having a buzzword on the ethanol production using the maize as a substrate. But I think there are many other things which we have to see. How do we mitigate this particular issue of ethanol production? If you see the ethanol requirement, if you see the petrol requirement in this country is around 3.5 billion liters per year. And only the ambitious project of our Prime Minister to reach to around 20% ethanol blended petrol to be used in this country. And out of this 20%, the project started somewhere in 2019 with around 1.4%. And today we have reached, and we would be reaching around by 2025 the complete of 20% ethanol blended petrol. That means we require 700 million metric tons of ethanol. Now the government also has a policy on that, 70% of which will come from the cane molasses, 30% will come from the cereal grains. So if you take the, I don't want to get into the mathematics of that, but it will boil down somewhere around 800,000 to 1 million ton of maize getting diverted for the ethanol production. I think this can be easily met. I'm not pointing the figure for not having this ambitious project, but I am also saying that there are other areas of productivity which we should look. I think many of the things which were talked by Balram and the earlier session about increasing the productivity of corn, which is the least in our country. I think we are almost 40% lower than the developed nations. There is a huge gap to be met to increase this productivity, and that can be achieved through allowing the high yield variety of maize to be cultivated in this country. It could be a GMO also. And it's a high time that I think we, Mr. Tarun Sridhar said, that advocacy from this group is very low. And I think we need to have this advocacy taken to the newer heights with the lawmakers, bureaucrats, and opinion makers. So I think this is the one area which we should do. If time comes, we can also swipe the export versus ethanol production. So this is about maize. The second thing, Neeraj, you spoke about molasses and DORB. In case of molasses, I think 65% of the soluble sugars are there, which can be easily converted into the ethanol. And with the increasing prices because of the ethanol production, which has almost doubled in last almost 1.5 years, which was hovering around 9,000 rupees a ton, which has touched almost 18,000 rupees a ton. And which makes it very difficult for some of the cattle feed manufacturers to use at the higher ratios of 10 to 12% in their feed formulation. I think if you need to get into this, statistics, we have to depend more on the production of ethanol coming out of molasses, because India is a country which is probably the highest producer of the sugar, and the two states, particularly Maharashtra and UP, are the contributor for that. I think we should promote more of ethanol coming out of the molasses rather than the maize and other cereal grains. On one side, we are saying that ethanol is consuming a lot of maize, but on other side, it is also producing a DDGS, which is distillers dried solubles, and that can be used in the animal feeds again. Year and a half back, we had a crisis on soya, which was, where the prices of soya has touched to more than 1 lakh of rupees a ton, and it never came back to the neighborhood of 30s. It stabilized somewhere around 40, 42, 45 kind of thing. So once the things goes up, doesn't come back to the normalcy as what, unless there is overproduction. And in this country, the overproduction is not the issue yet, and we are still grappling with the issues of not meeting the raw materials requirement. So coming to the DDGS, I have another suggestion for this group. There are associations of feed additives and all. There is a scope for introducing the innovative products through the research, which can take care of, improving the digestibility of DDGS like product, or any other substrate for matter, bajra, sorghum, and wheat. But wheat and rice I am not going to talk, because they are already majorly in the human consumption. But certainly sorghum and bajra can be also another substrate which can be utilized for the animal feed with the right proportion of enzymes which can degrade them and make it more available energy as good as corn. So this is the second aspect I felt I should touch upon. You also talked about the DORB. DORB is a sheer demand-supply gap. When the raw material prices have gone up, I think when somebody does the least cost formulation, the only other choice what we get is the DORB getting picked up. And as a result of which, DORB consumption has gone up, and therefore the prices have gone up. So I think there are ways in which we can tackle these issues, and we have to also look into the matter, how can we make these products available so that our industry doesn't support. So this is one of the challenge in terms of demand supply gap. I think there are two other major challenges which we need to also look at it. The second is on the productivity, which we are coming close to the global standards. Third one is on the disease challenge. I think disease challenge is another area where we have to look. There are emerging and re-emerging diseases like ND. After so many years, we have no control on that. We have avian influenza, where the vaccine is only limited to the certain institutes. We still have IBH kind of diseases where a lot of toll at 35 days plus mortality happen. So I think there are lawmakers and the policymakers should look closely, giving the seed virus from this country to those multinationals who can make a vaccine out of it and come back to our country. So I think this is another area. And the last one is on the open market policy. I think India has chosen to be on the open market, which has actually helped for the growth. We are not saying that we should get into the regime of the quota, where the stipulated number of breeders and placements are allowed in some of the countries. But that again leads to another issue of sometimes overproduction, and in a year we may sometimes have 3 months losses, 6 months losses, 9 months losses, and very few days we make money. The only person who doesn't make loss in this industry, can somebody tell me who is that? Exactly. I think so. I think the point what I am trying to make it here is that the trading which can get converted into the processed chicken, and again the lawmakers and bureaucrats should look at it, at least to begin with. The metros should have the law where the live birds will not be sold. The only processed chicken will be sold. And that will entirely change the dynamics of this country in terms of disease regulation, consumption, hygienic poultry birds available to each individuals. And these are some of the suggestions what I thought I should give it to, which are facing the major challenges in the poultry industry. I have gone beyond your brief, Neeraj, but pardon me for that. But I thought it's an industry issue which I should bring it up. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I think we wanted to restrict it. Yeah, we wanted to restrict the same for our demand and supply gap for the raw materials actually. Maybe that would have been my next question, that what is your suggestion about how we can improve this? So thanks for all those inputs. Two questions actually. When we were hearing about this maize getting into ethanol and byproduct DDGS, so I think Suresh attended that meeting with the last session here in the head office in the Delhi, and the plan was the next 5 years almost 15 or 16 million metric ton of maize was supposed to go there, which can get you 5.5 million metric ton of DDGS. But both the usage of maize in the stock feed is for energy and DDGS is for protein. So I don't think this was the right substitute actually, that we already had soya and other byproducts there, and DDGS is, quality is again a big question mark. So it was not a very apple to apple comparison or replacement. So again, open thought with the group and with the people of all here. Second thing I can say that you touched about DORB and this prices availability. So I think we all must thank our policymakers, because on the right time we got a ban on the rice bran export, and that has really helped us, like the way it has helped us last time for the soya import and the maize. So thank you, sir, for that. Singh, sir, for that. I would like to take again next voice from the industry only, and then we can hear from our policymakers. So I'll request Naveen to give his overview and the current challenges, what he feels that our industry is facing in the terms of availability of the raw material and the demand supply gap. Naveen, over to you.
Sandeep has given a huge number of data, so I'm not going to jump into data. I think aqua, dairy and poultry is not aqua, dairy and poultry. We're actually in the business of cereals. We're not in livestock. If you look at the cost of the poultry production, milk and aqua, I'm sure your feed will cross 62% of the cost of production. And basically 2 major raw materials you need to look at. Corn, soy. You're actually not in the business of animal husbandry. You're in corn, soy business, number 1. Number 2, the consumption of all these products are going to go up. With the minimum wage act increased in the country, the disposable income is going to go up, and consumption of milk, aqua, poultry is going to go up. Productions are going to go up. There's going to be a tremendous pressure. We should also look at insect protein as one of the items that industry has to invest money. The other thing that I always also advocate is how many of our aqua, dairy and poultry companies are investing money in agriculture crop farming community to increase productivity? Not many. We always buy from APMC yard or we buy from brokers and commission agents and dalalis, adatiyas. The industry has not invested money to directly campaign to the rural India to increase production. It is a matter of shame for aqua, dairy and poultry. So I'm not going to get into ethanol, DDGS and all that. I think there are a lot of raw materials. The other thing which you also this morning we touched upon, the industry, Balram always says the poultry is about 2,20,000 crores a year. I don't know how big is dairy, and
alone is around 8 lakh crores.
So if you add dairy and aqua, it's quite a large number. Now, how many associations of the industry has the gut to invest, to educate opinion makers? I'm not talking of bureaucrats and the government, to say GM is not bad. Every association has got tons of money. You don't talk. I think this morning, Neeraj, Mr. Tarun Sridhar was saying, the only people who are talking bad about the GM are the people who don't want to bring GM. People who want GM is just sitting mum sucking their thumbs. What's wrong with the industry? So let's not put anything. Government should be in the business of governing the country, not running the industry and not in the business of doing business. Industry should invest. Crop cultivation has to grow up, yields has to grow up, industry has to work with seed companies, agriculture has to grow. That is your main bread and butter. I think a lot of these things in terms of advocating paper ad should come. Electronic, digital ad should come from the industry, saying that, I mean, Europe wins tons of gold medal in Olympics. They're all on GM. Do they have 10 heads, 15 legs, 16 eyes? I don't think so. So there's somebody who doesn't want GM. The industry is shameful, Neeraj. Yeah. All of us, we don't invest in public opinion to build this momentum for GM. I mean, insect protein, GM has to come in, invest in increasing yield, invest in agriculture crop farmers. Every company can have a field agriculturist. Every company, please hire 5 field agriculturists. In 5 districts, 6 districts, send them out. It's a cost to you, but you're securing your raw material. You're only producing more milk, you're only producing more aqua, you're only producing more eggs, more and more chicken, and the market is going to collapse. So that's my suggestion to the industry, minus the bureaucrats, minus the government, for what we should do to secure our raw materials for the future.
Thanks, Naveen. Good. You have been quite vocal, I can say that. I would like to ask you one more question with that, because you have been always talking in the many forums about the duty structure. Okay. So I think that is something when we all know that the big boss is sitting on the dais.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the.
So one request we have from the industry, sir. Is it possible? Not possible. It's to the government and bureaucrats. If you look at different Asian countries, I don't want to talk about Canada and US. Everybody talks about US. I don't want to talk about it. Way ahead of us. You look at Vietnam. You look at Sri Lanka. You look at Cambodia. You look at Thailand. Import duty of vitamins and amino acids, all the things that go into the formulation of aqua, dairy and poultry, they are at around 0%. Some countries, they're about 6-7%. Now, if I import the same items into India, the cost to the buyer like me is about 30%, 32%. Now, on one hand, you want India to export more. On the other hand, I am tied both my hands at the back because I can't compete in the international market. One hand, everybody feels it should be a level playing field. Open up everything. We will compete or we will perish. It's up to the industry to decide. There are SEPA agreements which are coming up. All the industry people are sitting here. Look at the SEPA agreements. Go to countries where you can do premix and bring it in. By the law, you are reducing almost 30% duty. This is another thing I want to suggest to them. All of us are very happy and contented saying that we have got 1.4 billion Indians, we will feed them. But we need to think where the Indian government is signing up these FTAs. What is the impact of these FTAs? You know, some of our Indian companies went and did something in Sri Lanka. Under the rule, they did that and they got the benefit. So one is, we would like the government to look at absolutely reducing the import duty. Now the government finance ministry will say, I'm going to lose revenue. I will say as an industry, I will export and get you back that revenue. So this is just a suggestion, sir. Just a suggestion. If possibilities are not there, I will leave it to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Naveen. I think you have been quite vocal, and again you raised the same point here. I think you already gave one suggestion and one. I think the answer also of your question, what you are doing and this new agreement, you spoke about what we had with the Middle East recently, which is really benefiting the importers in India. It's good that you have touched upon the insect meal. That can be one alternate, and industry should invest on that. GM, I think we all heard in morning also the first session. I was just talking to Mr. BSY during the break, and he said, Neeraj, I got 40 minutes of my embarrassment when I was invited to talk on the GM and advocating that. I just told him that, sir, your embarrassment is going to be an individual's hard time, but this is going to be a history for the industry if we are going to be successful in that, and we have to fight. The message from Mr. Tarun Sridhar that we don't voice as an industry. I think this is the time for all of us to wake up and raise our voice so that we can get the right help from the policy makers on that. Okay. So with this two inputs from Naveen, my next question is going to be with Joint Secretary Mr. G.N. Singh sir. See, most of us, first of all, we don't know because we have not seen Dr. G.N. Singh in many of such forums. Okay. This is the first time in my last 20-25 years career and in association with CLFMA. Okay, I have seen that yes, he is there and he is there with us sharing the dais. So this is a great opportunity for all of us. But we know that for all our industry problems, the support, and when we go to Krishi Bhavan and reach sir and how we get help from him. Okay. So sir, you have been a true supporter of the livestock industry, and in your opinion, my first question is going to be that how do you see that we can bridge this gap of demand and supply of these raw materials and make things easy for sustainable livestock farming? And the second question again is, which has come up after the Naveen's deliberation, that how we can create the level playing field, okay, for us also, for Indian poultry and dairy producers, when we see that in the countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, where mostly their import duties are 0 to 5%. They don't have even VAT also in some of the countries. We have GST here, with 8.5% import duty and 18% GST, it lands up around 26-27% to importers. And Naveen said that he's a buyer, at least he pay another 2-3% extra. So there is a huge difference if I see that. So with 0% duty, even in Nepal you see that, our very neighboring country, and how we can get actually enabled to compete in international market with them. So over to you, sir.
First of all, very good morning and namaskar to all the, you see, the industry and you see the stalwart. You have built up a very formidable India, you see, in the matter of poultry. Many of the areas, I think your contribution would be highly valuable. So whatever I am speaking here, please forgive me. It might be many of the points in a personal capacity, okay? Because I am not going to present the views of the government on all these things. And it is always very difficult to have a discussion after having three stalwarts, or you see, they all were my mentors. Tarun Sridhar Sahab, R.K. Singh Sahab, Alka Madam. So I have worked with all of them. I think they have said quite elaborately on many of the policy aspects. I'm just engaging all of you on the intellectual platforms, and I just want to have some kind of discussions and a foresight, you see, for what is going to happen in the decades to come, maybe 2047 and 2050. Let's keep it as a reference point. So if we go by all that, you see, the constraints, what do we have at this moment? I think we need to have to think quite out of box and quite big in this respect, because you see, in 2050 or so, we are having around 9 billion population, you see, all over world. India will have around 1.5, 1.7, somewhat like, and competing with China also in the population terms. So the first question I'm putting it is how to have a sustainable, you see, food security, to have so many billions of mouths to be fed. And that too, we have to take care of the environmental factors and other associated aspects to resources and its exploitation, and thereafter its implications. In your industry also, you might have been planning for, say, next 10 years, next 20 years, what will happen if this competition will arise from here or that. So in that count, if you say, then I think there is no other alternatives. This is my personal thinking, and it is coming from the intellectual, you see, just I'm initiating some kind of discussions among you people, that no other industry can thrive on merely import, and particularly at the size in which we do have in India the task. So you have to go into the business of having, you see, feed concentrates, for example. If we can have you see, the base of technological progress in other areas, then why can't we have this kind of things? If we have almost self-sufficient, you see, the poultry industry, and by your own efforts, largely, so why can't have this kind of things? So import, I think it can have some 2%, 3%, 5% can be gap you can bridge with that. But you will have to depend upon the Atmanirbhar kind of things, indigenous production. For example, if I see what is going to happen in, I may be, you see, a little bit deficient in my ideas, that could have been there. You can have the better perspective. But if I see that in 2030, 40, China is entering into the market for soya maize and soybean meal and maize, then where are you? Both biggest consumer. And if both enters into the market, then what happens that international market behaves in a frenzy manner and you are nowhere. So this is the problem. Second thing, that out of the total productions, for that. So far as GM has been sought as a wonderful, you see, or panacea for all that kind of things, I have slightly different views that let us have this kind of technical or you see environmental issues in its place. But in itself, GM crops are having a lot of issues on sustainability issues. Particularly, we are facing now in Brazil, in Latin American countries and in other areas also. So we need to take into account these kind of things for a sustainable proposition, I am saying. And look, we have the competitor, China. Always in mind you have to keep into that, because China of late has already trying to reorient its policy. You people might be knowing it in a much better way. And for having self-sufficiency in terms of grains, soybean, maize, though it has the policy of import also, but the import content is going down slightly lower and lower day by day. So I think you have done so far quite wonderfully, and I am proud of that. Or at least you are. I always sit in the negotiation table on the, you see, with the foreign government and you see the other forums, and I am just having this confidence that at least poultry industry is having this kind of, you see, the prowess to face the challenges of coming decades. So I don't think there can be any band-aid solution for anything. You have to think big, and you have to find a solution from here itself. I just recall very vividly, I think Mr. Naveen was, and all CLFMA team was with us in at my office. So we can have, we were just discussing on the prices of maize, corn, or whatever you see. You see, you have to depend willy-nilly on the indigenous production of the maize and corn, because internationally it is very difficult to sustain that. You might not compete there. So from production point of view and all these things, and we cited also that there are areas of maize and production areas like in Bihar, you see 200 kilometers stretch, you have got miles and miles the maize land you see. In Karnataka, in other areas, for soybean in MPs and all things. So my idea is that if we could have some kind of cooperatives, contract farming or any other means. You see, we do have the cooperatives in dairy sector. So it is the same farmers who are also having the agriculture commodities, and it is the same, they are also providing milk for that. Okay, so if we have cooperatives there, so we can have cooperatives here, we can have some kind of mechanism, whatever you will have to decide how to. But the farmers, the producer will have to be taken on board by this industry if you want to have a sustainable production for years to come. Because it is true that suppose in US, Brazil, and even in European countries, I think they have abundance of land, abundance of soya, maize, etc., etc. They can have a number of, initiatives and ventures. They are the largest producers of the feed also, animal feed, I think. China is there, EU, US, Brazil. They are just having some kind of natural potentials to do that. We have to find our ways and we have to cultivate all these things. And what I necessarily found from the logical thinking and the realistic, examples that we need to have this kind of farmers industry cooperation and having a very sustainable means of raw material from here itself, not having the vagaries of markets entering into these factors. So the price fluctuation and all these kinds, it will save you. And definitely we'll have a little bit of dependence on import for, say, beating out the crop failure or maybe the climatic changes are like this. So there is no other way out, I see, Mr. Naveen. Any band-aid kind of things, I don't visualize these things. You will have to think big and very boldly and take on this challenge, because our market, you all are very much aware because you are in the industry facing all these kind of things. Our market is the precious and billions and dollars of market potential is there. Everybody is trying to have this kind of this market that we should enter into this, we should enter this. There is a limit to hold on, because there might be demand from your side also that just open it. So it would be better if you have this kind of thinking, I think. That is my personal view, that it should have gone into that area, because you have the domestic market. It is a very big market, huge. You may not be able to meet your demand. For example, in the pet industry, I don't see any reason why the 4,500 crores industry could not produce its own, feed for this pet food. Animal compound feed market, it's a big market. And suppose 18% or 20% we are having this kind of compound feed. But suppose if it is going up to 50%, then do you think you will be able to do these things without having a very logical, I think, bonding with the farmers, the producers, and having entire, your idea should be the entire from the indigenous sources, not from the import. So that is my thinking in this regard. So thank you.
Sir, I request you to answer the second question also of Naveen. That's very important for us and for industry.
So far as the ingredients for the, the feed industry, I think some chemicals, amino acid or that kind of things. We do have, different kind of rate structures, tariff structures. Because that is the legacy, we have to live with that, because whatever bilateral or some kind of FTA done in the past decade or somewhat like, so there are duties structure made with that. But so far I think with Vietnam, Thailand and Singapore, you are getting some kind of that. At what rate you said? Singapore, from Singapore you would 0%? Yes. So that is Thailand Thailand, Sri Lanka.
They are importing at 0% import.
They are in their country. Okay. So I think there should have been liberal policy on this. Okay, was that kind of view, because if you are able to build up an industry like you see, you people will be knowing much better, maybe 2 lakh crore or 3 lakh crore industry, I think, poultry feed as well as animal feed. So raw material, there should be, you see, the little bit of lower tariff wherever could be feasible. And we are aware and alive to that. Wherever it is feasible, we are trying to have this kind of arrangements. But everywhere it cannot be done, you see. So for example, with China, I think you are getting most of the things via other channel or these things. So it's a different kind of matrix there. So not from everywhere. But we are alive to this, very much sensitive. And we try that and we wish that this industry must grow up to that level. And I would be very happy person that at the end of the day, if this industry also starts exporting animal compound feed or maybe poultry feed, maybe pet food to others. So my always negotiating, then my idea is always with them getting first knowledge that whatever our export going on to outside the country. So not very much encouraging, but I think if you have to think of that. You look, I think you are very learned people and I already know it. The idea always propel me, I'm just taking 1 minute, always propel me is that by 1600 or 1700 you see, India was having more than 23-28% of the world trade share, okay? But somehow thereafter in 1947 or somewhat like, we didn't have even 2% in the world trade share. So it is not that we cannot do it. For millennia, I think India and China were having 45 to 48% of the world trade share. So we can reach up to that level. And it is the time, I think, you have to think over that. From industry perspective, how will you do that, at least to cater to our domestic consumption demand? That is to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since you are heading the trade also, we just wanted to bring all these challenges in your notice. And very rightly, the way you said that, and morning also we heard, you gave even example of Brazil, and it struck one data of Brazil to me that Brazil produces almost 16.5 million metric ton of the poultry meat, and they export close to 5 million. India total production is close to 4 million. So Brazil export is more than the total India production. That's how that country. And then morning, BSY gave the example of Thailand, that how Thailand has become a meat hub and exporting it to most of the European country and Japan. Okay. Now they have added the value-added products in that. So I think those are some great examples where the country have really developed themselves to become more sustainable in their production and the industry. Okay. So thank you so much. I'll ask again to you the last question that about your suggestion to the industry. But before that, I would like to ask with Dr. Praveen Malik, sir, in your tenure as Animal Husbandry Commissioner, you really helped us and the whole industry to mitigating these challenges of our demand and supply of the raw materials actually. I think in your opinion, what do you think that, what measures industry should take to fight with this challenge, to mitigate this challenge? And another question to you is that since with your research background, we see that there is a lot of research happening in most of our agri universities, okay, or our technology centers. How we can really commercialize those researches for the benefit of industry? This is something which is grossly missing, and there is no coordination. Actually, I see most of the time we talk about industry, academia, collaboration and all, but we really miss that. So how our technology can be translated to the benefit of the livestock industry, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Neeraj. Thank you very much. A very good morning, probably afternoon to everybody. मेरा काम थोड़ा मुश्किल और थोड़ा आसान कर दिया है मेरे एस्टीम्ड पैनलिस्ट ने, खास तौर से आई विल थैंक नवीन जी. ही हैज़ एक्चुअली स्पोकन आउट हिज हार्ट. सबसे पहले जो मुझे नीरज जी ने बात किया, आई पर्सनली फील कि द होल इंडस्ट्री, एंड आई एम सॉरी इफ आई एम गेटिंग टू हार्श ऑन दैट, but the whole industry is kind of have a myopic approach. कल सुबह का solution चाहिए मुझे खाली. I am not thinking about like what is going to happen, like he is talking about 2047, 2050. ये तो सरकारी आदमी है तो अमृत काल की बात करते हैं. And fact is, we have to speak on these terms only. कल सुबह क्या होगा, आपको मैं एक एग्जाम्पल दिखा देता हूं यहीं बैठे बैठे. वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट चैलेंजेस इन सप्लाई एंड डिमांड. सप्लाई की वैल्यू चेन कहाँ से आएगी? आपने भी कहा फार्मर्स के साथ आपका कनेक्शन होना चाहिए. फार्मर तो कर ही रहा है, पॉलिसी के साथ कनेक्शन होना चाहिए, तो आपने पूरी पॉलिसी को यहाँ बिठा लिया. आपको नहीं लगता कि इसमें R&D की भी रिक्वायरमेंट है? कल आपने 2 लोगों को CLFMA अवार्ड दिया, आज कहाँ हैं? जस्ट वन. यहाँ होना चाहिए सर आपको, सर आपको यहाँ होना चाहिए. डॉक्टर सिंह, डॉक्टर गुप्ता, यहाँ होना चाहिए. सो पॉइंट इज, अगर हम डिमांड सप्लाई की बात कर रहे हैं तो वी हैव टू स्पीक ऑन R&D पार्ट ऑल्सो. सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं. लेट अस स्टार्ट फ्रॉम सस्टेनेबिलिटी. डू यू रियली थिंक द थिंग्स विच आर हैपनिंग टुडे यू आर गोइंग टू हैव सिमिलर थिंग्स टुमारो, डे आफ्टर टुमारो? वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट क्लाइमेट चेंज एट द हाइएस्ट लेवल. How much of my industry is aware about climate change and the impact of the climate change on your industry? I am not talking about any other factor. This climate change, the kind of climate change, is going to impact the overall agricultural productivity. आपका raw material agriculture से आना है. And I thank Naveen ji when he has spoken about alternative like insect protein. डेफिनेटली ये इंसेक्ट प्रोटीन कहाँ से आ रहा है सर? हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. हमारी कितनी R&D है जो मेरे पूरे नॉर्थ से, नेशनल एग्रीकल्चरल रिसर्च सिस्टम इंक्लूडिंग, वी हैव गॉट 112-13 ICAR इंस्टीट्यूट्स प्लस 74 एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटीज इन ऑल प्लस 250 इंस्टीट्यूशंस, एनिमल साइंसेज एंड एग्रीकल्चरल साइंसेज टुगेदर. अल्टरनेटिव प्रोटीन के ऊपर कितना हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और क्यों करेंगे सर? हमारे पास बहुत अलग सोल्यूशन प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. तो ये प्रॉब्लम बताने की से है. इट इज़ द इंडस्ट्री हु हैज़ टू कम फॉरवर्ड एंड दे हैव टू से दैट दीज आर द इश्यूज एंड वी नीड सॉल्यूशंस टू दीज. जो काम थोड़ा बहुत हम कर भी रहे हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आज की डेट में व्हेन वी हैव दिस डाटा कि 30% हमारा फीड में डेफिसिट है, 40% फोडर में डेफिसिट है, कंसंट्रेट में डेफिसिट है, एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सस्टेनेबिलिटी. हमारा आज ही डेफिसिट पूरा नहीं हो रहा. इस डेफिसिट में से बचा हुआ इथेनॉल में चला गया. आपको लगता है कि इथेनॉल की लॉबी आपसे ज़्यादा कमज़ोर है? आप यहाँ बैठ के बात कर लोगे, करते रहो, ठीक है, इट्स गुड, विल हियर. उसके बाद लंच लेंगे, शाम को कॉकटेल करेंगे, अपने घर चले जाएंगे, दैट्स गुड एंड प्रोबेबली फेयर एनफ. श्रीधर साहब ने कल जो कहा मेरे दिल पे लगी हुई है वो, कि लड़ना आपको है, लड़ हम रहे हैं आपके लिए. इथेनॉल की इंडस्ट्री पेट्रोलियम की इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ी है, सर आप कितना दम लगा लो कि मेज़ वो निकाल के ले जाएंगे। हम वन हेल्थ की बात करते हैं तो इसका मतलब कंप्लीट सेक्टर। सो मैं क्लाइमेट चेंज से शुरू कर रहा था, तो क्लाइमेट चेंज का इम्पैक्ट सर मार्च 2023 में आईपीसीसी ने, यूएन बॉडी है, अपनी रिपोर्ट दी है 6th। किसी ने अगर पढ़ी हो तो उसे देखें। जो प्रोजेक्शंस उनके 2014 की 5वीं रिपोर्ट में थे, उन प्रोजेक्शन से हम कितना चेंज हुए हैं, और उन प्रोजेक्शंस की वजह से जो अगले 15 साल में, मैं 25 साल की भी बात नहीं कर रहा, अगले 15 साल में जो प्रोजेक्शंस उन्होंने किए हैं, आप बताइएगा कि प्रोडक्टिविटी पे क्या इम्पैक्ट है। नो इंपोर्ट्स विल हेल्प। हमारी अपनी जो एरेबल लैंड है, ये कम से कम आपकी इंडस्ट्री के लिए तो श्रिंक कर रही है। हो सकता है कैश क्रॉप के लिए बढ़ रही हो, हम नॉन एरेबल को अरेबल में कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो कंपटीशन किसके साथ है आप लोगों का? ह्यूमन पॉपुलेशन के साथ। जब हम एनिमल हेल्थ की बात करते थे ना, तो हम ह्यूमन हेल्थ से compete करते थे। कोविड के टाइम में वर्ल्ड बैंक ने कुछ पैसा दिया, करीब करीब $1 बिलियन, उसमें से 100 मिलियन हमारे नाम से लिखा हुआ था, लेकिन वो सारा का सारा हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री को चला गया, क्योंकि उनकी लॉबी मजबूत थी, हम कमज़ोर थे। सो ये जो आपकी लॉबी है, जो फीड और फॉडर के लिए रॉ मटेरियल की बात करती है, उसे आपको कम्पीट करना है आपके एग्रीकल्चरल कमोडिटीज़ के साथ। कैश क्रॉप्स हैं, हॉर्टिकल्चरल क्रॉप्स हैं, ह्यूमन का पेट भरना है सर, उसकी तरफ ज़्यादा जाएंगे। तो अल्टीमेटली जो हमने अल्टरनेटिव कहा, उसके बाद जो अभी बात हो रही थी दूसरी, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दी अल्टरनेटिव्स, लेकिन लोगों ने दूसरी तरफ कह दिया कि नहीं साहब वेगन बनो, और वेगन शायद इतने वोकल हैं, हम चुप रहते हैं। कल बात कर रहे थे सोया मिल्क आ गया, आलमंड मिल्क आ गया, फला मिल्क आ गया, मिल्क ही नहीं है। लेकिन मुझे तो नहीं लगता हमारी किसी इंडस्ट्री ने इतना ज़्यादा शोर मचाया हो कि दे आर नॉट मिल्क। डेयरी आईडीए जरूर थोड़ी बहुत बात करती है। सो वाई डोंट दिस इंडस्ट्री सपोर्ट्स, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली आपका वैल्यू चेन में तो है ना आप। सो हम प्रॉब्लम क्या कर रहे हैं कि वी जस्ट लुक इनटू ब्रोकर्स, नवीन जी जो आपने कहा, और फिर मेरी इंडस्ट्री और मेरी सेल, ना हम उसके आगे की देखते हैं ना हम उसके पीछे की देखते हैं। सो व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट R&D, तो ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज का इम्पैक्ट हमारे ऊपर आना है, इसका सोल्यूशन, पहला सोल्यूशन प्रोबेबली R&D से आना है। पॉलिसीज उसके ऊपर बनेंगी। GM के इम्पैक्ट के लिए हम बात करते हैं होना चाहिए नहीं होना चाहिए। डाटा कितना क्रिएट किया हमने कितना डाटा कोलेक्ट करके अपनी लॉबिंग क्रिएट की कि हम जाके सिस्टम को बताएं कि नो व्हाट यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एंड गिव मी द क्वेश्चंस, आई विल गिव यू द आंसर्स। हमने क्वेश्चन ही कलेक्ट नहीं करे। सो स्टार्ट कोलेक्टिंग द क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट एंड देन स्टार्ट लॉबिंग फ्रॉम योर साइड, सो दैट यू कैन स्टार्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट द इम्पैक्ट्स, नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव। वो जब डाटा आएगा तब पता चलेगा। हम एंटीबायोटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि हमारी तो इंडस्ट्री में इतना एंटीबायोटिक यूज़ होता है। ये बैठे डॉक्टर टैंग, इन्होंने डाटा कलेक्ट किया तो पता चला कि जो FAO के प्रोजेक्शंस हैं उससे तो हम 25% भी यूज़ नहीं कर रहे इंडिया में। इन्होंने 2 साल का डाटा कलेक्ट किया, हो सकता है उस डाटा में हेरफेर हो और 25% जोड़ लो उसमें, तब भी हम हार्डली 33% पे आके खड़े हो रहे हैं। बट वी आर नॉट वोकल, क्योंकि हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री जब भी जाके खड़ी करती है कि पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री ने AMR फैला दिया, पोल्ट्री भी खाना बंद कर दो, दूध में एंटीबायोटिक्स आए हुए हैं। बट वी आर नॉट यूटिलाइजिंग दोज थिंग्स इनटू आवर सिस्टम। आपका रिपोर्ट कितनी इंडस्ट्री के पास है सर? इन्फा का रिपोर्ट बताइए, आपने कितनों को भेजा और कितनों ने आपसे कहा इट्स वेरी गुड एंड विल बी यूटिलाइजिंग दिस इन लॉबिंग विद द गवर्नमेंट? नेग्लिजिबल। और मुझे पता नहीं कितने लोगों को पता होगा इसमें कि इन्फा ने कुछ डाटा कलेक्ट किया जो आप ही के यहाँ सिस्टम के हिस्से हैं। सो मेरी प्रॉब्लम यहाँ से शुरू होती है कि एक तो हमारे पास क्लाइमेट चेंज है, और ये जो IPCC की रिपोर्ट है सर, ये बड़ी कॉशियस टाइप की रिपोर्ट है। ये नहीं है कि बहुत ज़्यादा। इसके बाद 2 इंडिपेंडेंट पेपर्स मैंने और पढ़े। एक पेपर ने तो इतना डरा दिया कि उसने कहा कि आर्कटिक आइस का लेवल इन नेक्स्ट 20-25 ईयर्स प्रोबेबली वेरी अर्ली, क्योंकि आईपीसीसी की रिपोर्ट ने बोला था 2014 के प्रोजेक्शन में कि दे आर बाउंड टू गेट जीरो आर्कटिक आइस बाय 2080 टू 2100। अभी लगता है बहुत दूर है। 6 रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने कहा यू आर बाउंड टू गेट दिस सिनेरियो बाय 2050 इररेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ एनी सिनेरियो ऑफ जीएचजी एमिशन। अभी हम हाई में हैं सर, जीएचजी एमिशन के हाई सिनेरियो में हैं, मॉडरेट या लो में आएंगे। सो वी आर बाउंड टू हैव प्रोबेबली अ लॉन्गर टाइम, बट हम अभी हाई में हैं। और उन्होंने कहा किसी भी सिनेरियो में आ जाओ 50 पे तो टच कर ही जाओगे। ये जो पेपर है उसने उसके सिमुलेशन के इश्यूज़ को बताया और बोला कि नहीं, यू आर बाउंड टू गेट दिस इन द पीरियड ऑफ 2030 टू 2050 प्रोबेबली ऑन द अर्लियर साइड। अगर 2035 में आर्कटिक आइस जीरो हो जाता है, सी लेवल कितना बढ़ेगा सर? कोस्टल एरिया कितना घटेगा सर? सी का टेम्परेचर क्या होगा? जो प्रोटीन अवेलेबिलिटी है फिशरीज सेक्टर की, उसके ऊपर क्या इम्पैक्ट आएगा? उसका इम्पैक्ट आपकी इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर क्या पड़ेगा? बाकी सब चीज़ें छोड़ दीजिए। प्रोटीन डिमांड इन्होंने बताया भी, हम 1.7 बिलियन हो जाएंगे बाय दैट टाइम अगर जिंदे बचे तो। सो 1.7 बिलियन को खाने के लिए प्रोटीन चाहिएगा, प्रोटीन के सोर्सेज श्रिंक हो रहे हैं, तो आपके ऊपर आएगा। एनिमल प्रोटीन के लिए आपको फिर से लड़ाई करनी पड़ेगी। सो मुझे लगता है अकेली चीज़ बचती है आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी, और टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए चाहिए कोलैबोरेशन, योर रिक्वायरमेंट्स, योर डिमांड्स, योर इश्यूज़। ये आपकी सिस्टम को बताना है कि व्हाट इज़ रिक्वायर्ड। वी हैव गॉट आवर सिस्टम्स। मेरे साइंटिस्ट लोग बैठे हैं, डॉक्टर सिंह बैठे हैं, सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं। एक दूसरा एग्जांपल मैं इसमें कोट करता हूं। मेरा IGFRI करके एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो फॉरेज रिसर्च के ऊपर काम करता है। उसने फोडर प्रोडक्शन के लिए अच्छी वैरायटीज और हाइब्रिड्स पैदा की है। आज मेरे पास कोई ऐसा मैकेनिज्म नहीं है कि मैं उसे फार्मर तक पहुंचा दूं ताकि वो प्रोड्यूस करके आप तक पहुंचा दे। जो सोरगम रिसर्च, मेज रिसर्च, उनके पास डेली मेरे पास कुछ हाइब्रिड्स, कुछ वैरायटीज, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटीज, क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट सिस्टम्स दे आर जनरेटिंग। लेकिन जनरेट करने के बाद वो इंस्टीट्यूशन से निकल के, खास तौर से जो फीड और फॉडर के लिए रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, ग्रेन के लिए तब भी है जो उन्होंने टारगेट ह्यूमन ग्रेन के लिए किया है, उस टारगेट में तो 2-4 कंपनी फिर भी आ जाती हैं। फोडर के लिए सर एक भी कंपनी नहीं है, तो फार्मर ग्रो कहाँ से करेगा? उसके पास अप्रोच कैसे होगा सीड का? वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस। व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ओनली माई ब्रोकर, उसको सस्ता कैसे मिले? सर ब्रोकर को वहाँ से मिलेगा जब फार्मर को कुछ जगह होगी, और फार्मर के पास पहुँचेगा जब उसके पास कोई मैकेनिज्म होगा। सो इट्स नॉट ओनली द पॉलिसी इश्यूज, इट्स ऑल्सो द एक्सटेंशन इशू। जो कोऑपरेटिव की GN सिंह साहब ने बात कही, जिस तरह के मैकेनिज्म्स की हमने बात कही, प्रोबेबली दीज आर सम ऑफ द एरियाज वी हैव टू एक्चुअली लुक इनटू। जरूरी नहीं है कि आप डायरेक्टली करें, अपने CSR एक्टिविटीज़ में करें, एसोसिएशन के माध्यम से करें। CLFMA बड़ी एसोसिएशन है। आपको नहीं लगता कि ये वैल्यू चेन को जितना आप स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे, आपको उतनी डोमेस्टिक सप्लाईज हो जाएंगी? गैप बहुत बड़ा है, आसानी से फिलअप नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आपका कंपटीशन उनकी साइड है। और हम डिमांड सिर्फ क्या करते हैं कि कल सुबह हमें इंपोर्ट करने के लिए सस्ता कर दिया जाए। इंपोर्ट की अपनी समस्याएं हैं, इट्स वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स इशू, क्योंकि जब आप एक चीज़ इंपोर्ट करोगे तो कहीं वो 4 चीज़ें वो लाके खड़े कर देगा, और आपकी नहीं, जो आपकी डिपेंडेंसी इंपोर्ट के ऊपर पैदा कर दी, उसके साथ ऐसी चीज़ें आएंगी कि जो आपका डोमेस्टिक मार्केट है उसे वो डिस्टर्ब कर देंगे। आपने कभी डॉक्टर संजीव वालियान के मुंह से सुना होगा, साहब आप मेज़ के लिए सस्ता करने के लिए आ गए कि महंगी हो गई। जब सस्ती थी तो कभी कोई नहीं आया कि साहब हमें थोड़ा महंगा खरीदवा दो, फार्मर को नुकसान हो रहा है। लीन पीरियड में हम जरूर खड़े हो जाते हैं, साहब फार्मर बड़ा महंगा बेच रहा है, डेफिनेटली। तो क्या हमें नहीं चाहिए कि ये पूरा एक सॉल्यूशन बने? हमने साइलेज की बात की, गिने चुने स्टार्टअप्स आए, अब धीरे धीरे उसे पिकअप कर रहे हैं। मैं अभी आज सुबह ही देख रहा था, एक फोल्डर इंडस्ट्रीज एसोसिएशन है कोई, वो इंटरनेशनल साइलेज सिंपोजियम की बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं शायद यूएस में कोई हो रही है। उनके साथ हमारा कितना कनेक्शंस है? हमारा यहाँ फोकस सिर्फ और सिर्फ मेरे प्रॉफिट मेकिंग के लिए, और इस प्रॉफिट मेकिंग के लिए जो थ्रू एंड थ्रू वैल्यू चेन मुझे चाहिए, प्रोबेबली वी आर नॉट डूइंग। फॉर्चुनेटली एट दिस जंक्चर, मैं थोड़ा सा अपना एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर लूँ सर, जब यहाँ बैठा हूँ तो पॉलिसी से निकल के मुझे भी एक ऐसी सीट दे दी गई जिसे मैं प्रैक्टिकली बोलता हूँ कि दिस इज द इंटरफेस बिटवीन एकेडमिया एंड इंडस्ट्री। इट्स अ कंपनी कॉल्ड एग्रो इनोवेट इंडिया लिमिटेड। सो ये जो एग्रो इनोवेट है, ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर की एक कंपनी है, एंड द सोल बिजनेस फॉर दिस कंपनी इज टू प्रोड्यूस टेक्नोलॉजीज फॉर द इंडस्ट्री फ्रॉम द एकेडमिया। सो कोई कॉलेज, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन जो रिसर्च पैदा करता है उसको इंडस्ट्री तक पहुंचाना। ऑल्सो इट मीन्स आई हैव टू टेक अ फीडबैक फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री एंड टेक इट टू द इंस्टीट्यूशन सो दैट वो आपके लिए R&D पैदा करें। दे शुड नॉट बी डूइंग इट फॉर देयर पेपर्स, प्रमोशंस, करियर एडवांसमेंट। फोकस हमारा वही है पहले तो। सो आपकी लॉबी को लाना है कि व्हाट इज योर रिक्वायरमेंट, सो यू हैव टू गिव स्पेसिफिक ऑनेस्ट फीडबैक्स सो दैट वी स्टार्ट हैविंग दिस काइंड ऑफ डायरेक्शन। अनफॉर्चुनेट पार्ट ये है कि क्लेफमा सर कितने लोग होंगे इसमें? 200, 250, 250 इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, 250 इंडस्ट्री। कितने लोगों को एग्री इनोवेट का बिजनेस का पता है सर? हाथ उठाएंगे तो 3 या 4 उठेंगे, वो भी वो लोग हैं जो मुझसे कनेक्टेड है, क्लेफमा से नहीं सर। सर बताना जो क्लेफमा के थ्रू जानते हैं एग्री इनोवेट को, वो बता दो सर। सर यही मैं कह रहा हूं कि अल्टीमेटली मैं फिर तरुण श्रीधर साहब को प्रणाम करता हूं कि मैं लड़ूंगा इनके लिए फिर से जाके, कि मैं एडवर्टाइजमेंट करूं कि साहब मैं आपके लिए खड़ा हूं। आपको सिस्टम को कहीं नहीं देखना कि हमारे लिए सब रिसर्च है, हमें कौन ट्रांसलेट करेगा इसको, हमें कौन कॉमर्शलाइज करेगा, लाइसेंसिंग कौन करेगा। वी हैव गॉट अ सॉलिड मैकेनिज्म, और इसके अंदर हम तीनों चीज़ें बात करते हैं। संदीप जी ने कुछ बात कही थी सुबह सुबह कि हमें इन्होंने इस मुद्दे के अलावा वैक्सीन्स के मुद्दे उठाए थे, वायरस सीड के उठाए थे, स्लॉटरिंग के उठाए थे, सबके सॉल्यूशंस मौजूद हैं। आपको बता दूं, स्लॉटरिंग के लिए मोबाइल स्लॉटरिंग यूनिट अवेलेबल है, लगवाइए सर जहां आपको चाहिए। हम आपका नो हाउ आपको दिलवाते हैं, आप खरीद लीजिए, इट्स वेरी चीप। ये भी बता दूं कि ICR का मोटो पैसा कमाना नहीं है सर, बट बेसिक फीस रखते हैं कि हर कोई मार्केट में कूद के टेक्नोलॉजी को स्पॉइल ना करे। सो वो दो बेसिक हमारा मैकेनिज्म है, उसे लीजिए, मैन्युफैक्चर कराइए और लगाइए। आप कह रहे हैं कि स्लॉटरिंग में नहीं है इशू। आपको वायरस का सीड है, मल्टीनेशनल्स को हम शुरू से देते हैं। अब तो हम 3 कैटेगरीज करके रखते हैं, इंडियन मार्केट, लाइसेंसिंग फॉर इंडिया, प्रोडक्शन इन इंडिया एंड मार्केटिंग ग्लोबल, एंड देन ग्लोबल लाइसेंस। हम तो तीनों सिनेरियो देख रहे हैं। हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर जाए, हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा जो इंडस्ट्री है वो ग्रो करे। जो जीएन सिंह साहब ने कहा कि दिस इंडस्ट्री शुड नॉट बी इम्पोर्टिंग, वी शुड बी एक्सपोर्टिंग आवर थिंग्स। सर हम इतने बड़े कंट्री हैं, एक सब कॉन्टिनेंट जितने हैं, रिसोर्सेज की भरमार है, और शायद इतना फर्टाइल एरिया जितना हमारे पास है इतना कहीं भी नहीं है। स्टिल वी आर लुकिंग इनटू अ काइंड ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल क्रंच। किसकी प्रॉब्लम है? मुझे लगता है कि इंडस्ट्री हैज़ टू कम फॉरवर्ड, और शायद 250 लोगों में कुछ डिस्कशन नहीं होगा। हो सकता है आपको कोई सब कमेटी बनानी पड़े। इन्फा ने बड़ी अच्छी अच्छी कमेटियाँ बनाई हुई हैं इस तरह की। 10 आदमी बैठें, R&D को साथ लें। आज के जैसे इस तरह के प्रोग्राम में मुझे लगता है कि जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, समथिंग लाइक NINP, IVRI, NDRI, IGFRI, मेरे 5 या 6 तो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनके डायरेक्टर्स को बुला लें तो आपको R&D पता चले। आप अपनी डिमांड बताएं कि दीज आर द R&D रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर अस। हमारे अगले 10 साल में ये टेम्परेचर्स राइज करेंगे, ये ह्यूमिडिटी राइज करेगी, प्रोडक्टिविटी ऐसे कम आएगी. कैन यू लुक फॉर सम क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट काइंड ऑफ सिस्टम? पहाड़ में बर्फ कम होगी तो क्या मेरा ये वाला जो प्रोडक्शन जो प्लेन में हो रहा है क्या पहाड़ तक हो सकेगा? कैन यू गिव मी सम काइंड ऑफ बेटर सॉल्यूशंस? क्या आपके पास इन हाइब्रिड्स में कुछ इस तरह के जीन्स हम इनकॉर्पोरेट कर सकें जो आपको प्रोडक्टिविटी बेहतर दे? हमारे पास आज की डेट में जीनोमिक सिलेक्शन के मैकेनिज्म्स हैं, कितने हम यूज़ करेंगे? तो ये सारी चीज़ें तो प्रमोट आपको करनी है. मेरे पास टेक्नोलॉजी की लिस्ट है, मैं 800 टेक्नोलॉजीज आपको बता देता हूँ कि ये टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, बताइए आपको क्या ज़रूरत है. हो सकता है आप कहें आके सर इसमें से तो 5 भी मेरे काम की नहीं है, और वो जो 5 हैं वो भी मैं नहीं खरीद रहा हूँ. आपके यहाँ 1-2 लोग बैठे हैं, मैं नाम लूँगा तो बुरा मान जाएंगे डॉक्टर साहब, लोग सीनियर लोग हैं. मैंने उनसे कहा कि साहब आप ना कार्बन क्रेडिट अर्न कर सकते हो अपने फीड में सप्लीमेंट ऐड करके. हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी 8 छोटी छोटी कंपनियां उठा ले गई बड़े आराम से. वो GHG एमिशन लाइफ स्टॉक सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर कल बताया ना, 30% के करीब रिडक्शन का क्लेम करते हैं. हो सकता है 30 ना हो 25 हो. कितने लोग सामने आए और हमें कहते हैं कि साहब वो तो सॉल्यूशन नहीं है हमारे पास. चलिए आप बताइए आपको क्या चाहिए, हम वो बनवा देते हैं. R&D के रिसोर्सेज है ना हमारे पास. सो वी हैव गॉट द मैकेनिज्म्स. सो बिफोर कमिंग टू द पॉलिसी मेकर्स, look, basically get into introspection mode and find out what you need actually, what kind of R&D and other value chain support can be there from your side, and based on that create data, come to the policy maker and say this is probably the solution, not for tomorrow, not for short term but for a long term. और वो लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशंस लेके, मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स कहीं भी इंडस्ट्री के अगेंस्ट चल रहे हैं. हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं लेकिन मारे कहाँ जाते हैं? वो कहते हैं डाटा दिखाइए, हमारे पास कोई डाटा नहीं है. और डाटा नहीं होता है तो कुछ भी नहीं है. महेश साहब बैठे हुए हैं, ये इन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा आपके सोवेनियर में आर्टिकल लिखा है फीड फोडर के ऊपर, लेकिन वो डाटा सिर्फ उतना ही है जितना हमारे स्टैटिस्टिक्स की गवर्नमेंट साइड से है. और मैंने जो डॉक्टर टैंक का नाम लिया कि इन्होंने जो 965 मीट्रिक टन का डाटा हमें इस साल दिखाया है एंटीबायोटिक यूसेज का, क्या इस तरह के डाटा आप लोग क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते अपने क्लेफमा के माध्यम से? और बताइए कि दीज आर द इश्यूज. खाली दूसरे अगर यूज़ कर रहे हैं, आज तो खाली इथेनॉल हुआ, हो सकता है कल को मेज़ और सोया का कोई और कुछ यूज़ कर ले. हो सकता है वैगन वाले इतने स्मार्ट निकल जाएं कि कहें साहब ये मिल्क बंद करो, सोया मिल्क पे लग जाओ और ये सारी सोया तो हम खरीदेंगे, फिर आप उनसे लड़ना. सो पॉइंट इज वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट immediate problems and immediate solutions for the industry. We have to look into my strengths and weaknesses as well. क्लेफमा या मेरी इंडस्ट्री इतनी बड़ी नहीं है कि मैं पेट्रोलियम इंडस्ट्री के साथ लड़ सकूं. जब नहीं लड़ सकते तो उसका सीधा सॉल्यूशन है कि भाई सीधा रास्ता ढूंढ लो, पहलवान से लड़ाई करने का कोई फायदा नहीं है, पिटोगे खुद ही. सो सबसे अच्छा सॉल्यूशन है कि आप अल्टरनेटिव्स के ऊपर काम कीजिए. अल्टरनेटिव्स में हमारे पास इतने इंसेक्ट प्रोटीन्स के ऊपर काम करने के लिए, पर मुझे नहीं लगता कि हम एग्रेसिवली उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं. छोटे छोटे पेपर्स हैं, आप ढूंढेंगे तो सब मिल जाएंगे. डॉक्टर सिंह बता देंगे कि यस पोल्ट्री में है, तो ये पोल्ट्री वाली लो. अब इसमें भी आपकी क्लेफमा में पोल्ट्री लो भी आगे हो जाएगी, फिर हमारी डेयरी वाली लो भी पीछे रह जाएगी, फिर डेयरी वाली लो भी आएगी. सर इसका तो मैकेनिज्म आप ही लोगों को क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. एंड वी हैव गॉट दी opportunities to solve these problems. We have to come together aggressively. कोई चीज़ की अगर ज़रूरत लगती है R&D साइड से, फ्रॉम ICAR साइड, फ्रॉम NARS साइड, आई एम सिटिंग हियर. और क्योंकि एनिमल साइंस मेरा पैशन है, मैं एनिमल साइंटिस्ट हूँ, तो उसके लिए आई एम फुल्ली कमिटेड टू सपोर्ट द कॉज ऑफ क्लेफमा एज सच. एंड इन केस सम इंडस्ट्रीज कम for a particular problem, in my personal capacity, in my official capacity, whatever I can do, I'll be more than happy to support. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर मलिक. आई थिंक आपका मैसेज एकदम क्लियर है इंडस्ट्री के लिए. वी नीड टू रेज आवर वॉइस. फ्यूचर तभी सिक्योर हो पाएगा, सस्टेनेबल होगा अगर हम लोग साथ में मिलके काम नहीं करेंगे. एंड डेफिनेटली विल कम बैक टू यू ऑन दैट. नाउ looking into the time constraint, I'll just go again, and in 1 minute I would like to listen from our panelists their final suggestion and message to industry. Will come, Dr. Pathak will come on the questions. Let us first complete this. Okay. So I would like to ask first Dr. Jian Singh sir that give your final message to this audience and industry, that what you want to say on this topic today.
Actually, in fact, from policy perspective, if you see, then you just enter into the shoes or your minds of the policy maker. You see, policymaker has to take into account the various competing demands as well as stakeholders, and we have to find out a balance so that it is acceptable. And also, it is not going against any particular stakeholder or industry, you see. So, I think it has been mentioned somewhat around like DORB issues, or you see wheat bran issues. It has been, export has been banned or somewhat like. You see, it was a very little amount, you see, 6-7 lakh metric ton was exported or somewhat like that, but due to feed ingredients, it was going on, and we had to look into every aspect of these things. What is its impact on the whole chain, right from the rice producing farmers to its impact on the prices in the backward and forward linkages, as well as industry, the rice millers and all kind of things. So I think there cannot be an ideal or happy situation which is always beneficial for your sector, maybe poultry or somewhat like this. Because there are competing demands, these will keep on going. There might be more players for different uses of the same commodities, and then you will be always finding lurching from this problem to that problem. So we have to think in that terms, that policymakers have also different constraints under which they are working. They cannot go whole hog against one industry or supporting one industry. So that's the point. Second thing I would always harp upon is that you see, you have got the brilliant future, because this industry has done it earlier also. We did it in so many fields. So I think poultry industry should enter hand in hand, you see, in the feed industry, and have all kind of, you see, you have the raw materials, you ensure that how it can come to you, and then focus on the domestic industry. I think you will be not able to feed even your domestic industry at the present thinking, you see. So, and you have the export market, if you can go, but again the question comes the standardization and quality. Many issues of toxins, you see, your quality standards, aflatoxin, so on and so forth, you see. So you will have to come up to that sense also. So unless and until we believe in ourselves, we believe in our domestic kind of situation, I don't think that this industry can rely more and more on import and having some sort of very special privilege from the policy maker. That would be a difficult thing to do. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Dr. Malik, again your final message maybe in a minute to the audience.
सर मैंने टाइम देख लिया, लंच का टाइम है, सब लोग एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, हम चुप हों तो उधर चलें सीधे. सो जस्ट 1 मिनट, मेरे पास सिर्फ 2 मैसेज हैं. पहली चीज़, इंडस्ट्री शुड कम फॉरवर्ड फॉर R&D कोलैबोरेशन विद द R&D इंस्टीट्यूशंस एज पर योर डिमांड, बिकॉज R&D चल रही है, बट इफ़ यू हैव टू डायरेक्ट दैट R&D टूवर्ड्स योर रिक्वायरमेंट, that will be useful. So you have to come in collaboration, in close collaboration. You have to sponsor some R&Ds also, so that you can get right science. हमारे पास available है. The only thing is to translate this science into your useful products. So वो translation के लिए you have to come forward and tell what product you need in what format. So one thing is you're coming forward and participation in the R&D part with the government sector, with the private sector, and ICR right now is very, very open to this. Second thing is your involvement on the back side, on the backward linkage we call it, with the farmers. Farmers का जो lack of awareness है about the high productivity things, आज भी मैं देखता हूँ जब हम राइस की बात करते हैं slightly different, broken rice तो कुछ आप भी यूज़ करते हैं वैसे, सर 30-30 साल पुरानी वैरायटी यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो लोग बिहार में. हमारे पास उसके बाद मुझे लग रहा है 150, 200, 250 वैरायटीज़ आ गई होगी, बट स्टिल दे आर यूजिंग दैट वन. हमारा एक्सटेंशन मैकेनिज्म शायद इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है, और एक्सटेंशन कहाँ से चलेगा? सरकार का एक्सटेंशन जाता है, बहुत इम्पैक्ट नहीं आता है, बिकॉज वी वर्क एज इफ इट इज़ माई ड्यूटी. साहब ये कर लो, बहुत अच्छा है. के भी है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, नहीं है. बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू द इंडस्ट्री एंड देयर एक्सटेंशन मैकेनिज्म फॉर योर नीड, यस, it is very, very effective because you are very aggressive, not through the extension but also through your sales mechanism. So this can be another idea which you can take up. और सबसे important चीज़ है कि आपको अपना lobbying बहुत strong करना पड़ेगा, और strong mechanism के लिए you need to create data with scientific community. आपके पास बहुत scientific community backup करने के लिए आपका अपना है. So probably these three things together will make you a good lobby with sufficient things. और जीएन सिंह साहब से थोड़ा सा डिफ़र करता हूँ मैं. इन्होंने कहा कि यू हैव टू थिंक एज पर दी माइंड सेट ऑफ द पॉलिसी मेकर. मुझे लगता है कि आपको डाटा इतना क्रिएट करना चाहिए कि पॉलिसी मेकर का माइंड आपके हिसाब से चलने लगे. इट मीन्स इट हैज़ टू कम फ्रॉम योर साइड रादर देन आप इनके जैसे सोचो. इन्हें मजबूर कर दो कि आप जैसा सोचना शुरू करें. तो दिस इज़ हाउ यू हैव टू वर्क. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
नवीन.
Yeah, sir. No, let me clarify. This was not you. I was just, you see, there should be two-way communication, and I would love to have this kind of scenario when our industry, this feed industry, poultry industry, should grow up to the heights in India so that cater to the needs of the domestic requirement. And I would be happy that it should cross over the boundary and also go for export market. You see, that's the point. So what are the requirements that you are the best judge to think yourself that how to deal with that? And as a policy makers, we are always supporting this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Naveen.
Sir, I'll just make few points, sir. We did not touch on the concept of wastages in the crops. There's a massive amount of wastages happening in agriculture. So a lot of investments can be done by the private sector in bulk handling system. The other thing is satellite data and technology is so much used today. The industry and association is shameful that we are not investing in estimating scientifically the crop yields 110 days ahead of time. I don't know, some numbers were thrown by all of us here, some 40 million, 50 million. I don't know where these numbers are coming from. There is no data to back up. There may be a data. The industry should invest in the satellite data every year. Farmer crop outreach program that you asked. It's not the duty of the government. It is the duty of aqua, dairy and poultry to go out in each of our districts, invest in salespeople, educate farmers to use better quality of seeds, better way of growing. NABARD has put 10,000 FPOs, SHGs, FIGs in India. What is industry doing? What is industry doing? Have you people connected to these people? That's an area. Farmer is not getting the rates, sir, at 25, 26. He's not getting the rates. Okay, all of us think in the administration, farmer is getting the rates. I'm sorry, it is the middlemen. The middlemen make the rate, the money goes out of agri sector. Yeah, it goes out of agri sector. So you need to reach the farmer, look at direct procurement. Direct procurement is the way to go for the future. And manufacturing, I think Sir was talking this morning about manufacturing of vitamins. Ram sir, I think we are consumers of vitamins and these things. The pharma people have to look at some feasibility, sir. Because the way the industry is growing and the numbers that you're talking, I think there will be a massive, and imports has to come down, and domestic production, if there's a possibility, it has to be looked into. Yeah, herbals and things like that.
Thanks, Naveen. Dr. Sandeep, your final message.
I have only one single point agenda. We have been talking about the GMO variety on maize, and we are the producer of the feed, and it impacts us largely because the prices are going up because of the productivity is low. Can we take one decision today in CLFMA? Can we start pushing on GM variety to be introduced in India to improve our productivity? One single agenda. And for that to pursue and push, if we can have the subcommittees as what INFA has done, we should do that. And if we are successful in transmitting this message and start working together, at least to have one subcommittee to push this one single point agenda, I think this meeting will be paid off. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. I think we had a very intense discussion, all burning topics, a lot of insight. Yeah, we'll come back to you, sir. We'll take 2-3 questions. But before that, maybe for 2 minutes, I would like to call Dr. Mahesh on stage to talk, which is very similar to the offerings what you were talking about. Dr. Mahesh, if you can just talk about the Center of Excellence in Animal Husbandry in just 2 to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon and respected Dayas. In between the lunch, they called me suddenly anyway. You want to come together, we have a place called 646 acres. 646 acres is so big than Le Meridian. So that is called Center of Excellence of Animal Husbandry in Esarghatta, Bangalore. It's a huge campus. We have 4 campuses like Central Poultry Development Organization and Training Institute, Central Frozen Salmon Production and Training Institute, Central Cattle Breeding Farm, and then we have regional fodder station, which is almost like 400 acres. And we have now come with the new one is Animal Quarantine Certification Services. So all these 5 have become a consortium, and it is called Center of Excellence for Animal Husbandry. We would like to call it a SIA Bengaluru. So I would invite all of you to visit our beautiful campus. We will collaborate for capacity building, because this is under the Capacity Building Commission through Mission Karmayogi. That's how, otherwise we would have not put up a facility with the blessings of J.N. Singh sir, Madam Secretary, and then earlier R.K. Singh sir. These are all the people who are responsible for putting up such a great academy. And we will be the #1 facility for all kinds. We are creating a program called Smart Vet program. We will collaborate with CLFMA for any R&D data, research data, training data. So whatever we want, our campus is open. And I would give you 2 couplets here, since FPO and other things have been told. We have started a podcast series from April. Most of you must be watching. It is under SIA Bangalore Academy. I was surprised to know there is an NGO, SIA Bangalore Academy. Please watch it. I was surprised to know there is one gentleman called Dr. Balu Atani from Bagalkot district. He has done a mesmerizing thing. 8 districts, 18,000 women are the owners of this company called Future Greens, doing sheep and goat with backyard. And phenomenal success. Where is he selling? He is selling to Licious. He is selling to Fresh to Home, sitting in Bagalkot, which is North Karnataka district. So such many stories are there. Another story I can tell you is our own good friend Mr. Deka in Madhya Pradesh. I was first surprised to see 500 crore turnover. Again, around 17,000 women, 7 states are the owners. They have done magic. So that has been happening. And their product in Bhopal is being sold premium. And coming into the last one is piggery sector. I was surprised to know that piggery investment is so much happening in Bangalore. Can anybody guess now 20 crore, 30 crores investment in Bangalore from none other than software people. Software people are putting up in Bangalore. The reason will surprise you, because Bangalore produces so much of food waste from all the corporate world. So that is being converted into a fattening exercise. I can go on. I would invite you, all of you, to our campus. And now, since climate change mentioned, I want to give you a good word of thought now. How many of you know there is a new quotation from UN General Secretary? We will not be calling no more global warming, it is global boiling. So this is a new coined word called global boiling. Recently from August 8th, he said global boiling. That is being witnessed now because of inundations, fires, etc., etc. Another thought process to give you is, can you believe there is a concept called vortex, polar. Polar vortex is happening. Ice age can be formed within a month. Ice age. Now the new coined word is heat age. We are entering into heat age. That is why there is a deficit of so much of monsoon, so much of excess somewhere, so much of deficit somewhere. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would invite you to visit our academy, and we are ready to collaborate with any training programs, because our institute will be tying up with Indian Institute of Management Bangalore, IRMA, NABARD, etc. And CLFMA, we volunteer, and I think Chairman CLFMA mentioned they want to set up a feed mill there in our premises. If they want to develop a workshop kind of a model for training, I would be more than delighted to help you. I am in LinkedIn. You can follow me in LinkedIn. Most of you can be updated on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, CLFMA, and thank you for the audience giving time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. So, looking into the time constraint, we will be able to take 2 or 3 questions. Yeah. And our panelists are going to be here. So if you have any personal question or you want to have one-to-one discussion with them, you can do that during lunch time. Yeah, Dr. Saxena.
मैं प्रश्न जो है वो डॉक्टर मलिक और डॉक्टर जीएन सिंह साहब से है, और केवल एक बस जिसको कह लें परसेप्शन को क्लैरिफाई करना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो इंडस्ट्री है हमारी, ये केवल अन्नपूर्णा का ही नहीं काम करती है, बल्कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का भी बहुत बड़ा काम करती है। और जैसा कि आपने कहा कि भाई देखो, अगर चाइना से नहीं कम्पीट करोगे तो आप डूब जाओगे। हम मानते हैं कि सही बात है, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है। हम सिर्फ ये जानना चाहते हैं कि इस नाव में जो हम सवार हैं आत्मनिर्भर के लिए, उसमें आप भी उसी नाव में हैं, हम भी उसी नाव में हैं। अगर हम डूबते हैं तो हमारे जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होता है, जो अन्नपूर्णा के लिए खाद्यान्न की कमी होती है, जिसके लिए आज हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि दुग्ध उत्पादन में हम नंबर 1 पे हैं, इतने लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री है, पोल्ट्री की इतने लाख की इंडस्ट्री है। मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि हम लोग अब एक ही नाव में हैं, आप भी उसी नाव में हैं जिसमें हम हैं, और 2030 में 7 साल के अंदर सरकार के साथ मिलके, नीति आयोग के साथ मिलके, इंडस्ट्री को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए जो वर्ल्ड फूड एड प्रोग्राम के लिए भारत जो मदद देता है, जो कैश देता है, उसकी जगह काइंड में देना शुरू कर दे, तो हमारे अंडे, हमारे मुर्गे, हमारे दूध के बने उत्पाद, इनका कंट्रीब्यूशन बढ़ेगा। और आज अगर एक फार्म लगता है तो आप सोचिए कितना एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होता है। लेकिन ये संभव है, और आप लोग भी इस बात को समझते हैं कि जब आप सरकार के पास जाते हैं, गर्व से कहते हैं कि मैं एनिमल हेल्थ इंडस्ट्री को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। कल श्रीधर साहब ने एक बात कही कि पहले हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी सोचते थे इट इज़ ए पनिशमेंट पोस्टिंग, आज ये स्थिति हो गई है कि इट इज़ ए प्राइड पोस्टिंग, एक पहचान बनी है इस इंडस्ट्री की। और इस सब के लिए सबने योगदान दिया है, किसानों ने भी, और सबसे बड़ा योगदान आप लोगों का है कि आप यहाँ 3 घंटे बैठे हैं, वरना 5 मिनट में चले जाते थे। आज मैडम आई हुई हैं, बैठी हुई हैं, संभावनाएं बहुत हैं। वेस्ट की बात अभी कही, बायोगैस प्लांट लगाने की जो योजना है, compressed biogas plant, that is a part of the dairy industry, और दूध के पशुपालन के जो 5 आयाम हैं कि आज खाद की से ज़्यादा जो खाद की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि हमारी ज़मीन बंजर होती जा रही है, सब कह रहे हैं। तो सर मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है 2030 क्लेफमा का विज़न डॉक्यूमेंट 7 साल में आपकी क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं इस इंडस्ट्री से, अगर इस पे आप एक राउंड टेबल बुलाएं अपने डिपार्टमेंट में, नीति आयोग के लोगों को बुला लें कि भाई हमको 2030 में 19% आबादी है हमारी देश की, मतलब वर्ल्ड उसमें रिसोर्सेज हैं, हम इसको बढ़ा के कहाँ ले जाना चाहते हैं। जो स्विच ऑफ स्विच ऑन पॉलिसी होती है, इससे सर बहुत नुकसान होता है, सभी को होता है। एक लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिसी बन जाएगी तो आप देखेंगे कि चाइना, नो डाउट चाइना इज़ वेरी, आई डोंट वांट टू अंडरमाइन द पावर ऑफ चाइना, एट द सेम टाइम आई डोंट वांट टू अंडरमाइन द पावर ऑफ इंडिया एंड इंडियन। जब अमेरिका की 30 कंपनियों में सीईओ इंडियंस हैं, 30 टॉप कंपनीज।
डॉक्टर सक्सेना प्लीज आस्क योर क्वेश्चन सो दैट वी कैन।
मेरा क्वेश्चन यही है कि मैं ये समझूं कि हम लोग एक ही नाव में हैं या आपकी नाव कुछ अलग है जिसमें ज़्यादा जो है वो सेफ्टी है और हमारी नाव ऐसी है जिसमें छेद हुआ तो हम तो डूबी जाएंगे। यही मेरा सवाल है आपसे।
थैंक यू सिन्हा साहब, आपने और सक्सेना जी इनफैक्ट आप ये तय मानिए और ये विश्वास रखिए कि वी आर इन द सेम बोट। ठीक है, हम बार बार अपने जो थॉट्स थे जो आपसे शेयर किया मैंने बार बार उल्लेख किया कि यू डू हैव द प्रोवेस, यू डू हैव द कैपेबिलिटी एंड यू डिड ऑल्सो इन द पास्ट, और आप कर सकते हैं। और चाइना का कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज हमने इसलिए किया था कि वो हमारा कॉम्पिटिटर भी हो जा रहा है, और एट द सेम टाइम वी हैव टू रीच टू आवर 2050 का जो मैंने आपको बोला था कि एक सस्टेनेबल लाइवलीहुड, सस्टेनेबल फूड जो है ना, उसके लिए जो है ना हम लोगों को करना है। दैट इज़ द एम ऑफ दैट। So government is already, I think, with the industry, and we would love to have this kind of industry जो अपने heights पे पहुँचे। उसमें जितनी मदद होती है हम लोग करेंगे और इसमें हम लोग करते ही रहें। Thank you.
One last question from Dr. Pathak. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. सर मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं है बट मेरा थोड़ा सजेशन है जो अभी डेस्क बैठे हुए हैं रिस्पेक्टेड मलिक सर। अभी आपने कहा कि मतलब जो अपने R&D वाले कहाँ हैं, तो मैं हम लोग यहीं हैं और बड़े
ऐसे नहीं सर, मैं तो पूछ रहा हूँ इनसे।
जी सर,
यहाँ कहाँ हैं?
आपको डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ होना चाहिए था और आगे हम लोग इंश्योर करेंगे कि आप लोग आइए।
बस सर मेरा ये सजेशन है कि सर पिछले 20 साल से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और जो आज की डेट में जो क्राइसिस आ रही है, जैसे मेज की क्राइसिस आ रही है, कल के दिन अभी वोट की आएगी, बाद में फिर और भी आएंगी, तो मेरा जो मानना है कि हम जो फीड रिसोर्सेज हैं वो तो हैं और में ये प्रॉब्लम आएगी, आगे आने वाले डिमांड और बढ़ेगी तो कॉस्ट बढ़ेगी, सब कुछ बढ़ेगा, बट अल्टरनेट फीड रिसोर्सेज की जो बात कर रहे हैं सर, स्पेशली अनकन्वेंशनल फीड रिसोर्सेज जो कि लोकली अवेलेबल हैं, उस पर मैं 20 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ सर, और इसमें इतना अच्छा रिजल्ट मिल रहा है जो कि उसका न्यूट्रिएंट प्रोफाइल भी बेटर है, मच बेटर, एंड also the functional feed property, so we can reduce the just like antimicrobial resistance or enthalpy resistance, so we are having such type of potential in unconventional feed resources that we are working on that. So इंडस्ट्री पीपल को ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे अभी मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ नीरज सर का और सुरेश देवरा जी सर का और पूरे क्लफमा का, जिसने कि यंगस्टर्स को बुलाया और हमको रिकॉग्नाइज किया और इस टाइप का इंकरेजमेंट दे के, और जैसे इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ के, जो कि मेरा सपना था कि मैं इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ूं, क्योंकि मैं तीनों फेजों को कवर कर चुका हूं सर इस थोड़े से पीरियड में। मैं एक फार्मर्स का बेटा हूं तो मैंने एग्रीकल्चर को भी टच किया है, मैंने इंडस्ट्री में भी 2-2.5 साल काम किया है जनरल मैनेजर पोषक फीड में, तो उससे भी उसको भी टच किया है और रिसर्च में भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा हूँ सर। तो उसी इन पहलुओं को लेके मैं उस पर काम कर रहा हूँ, जिससे कि आने वाले समय में हम अपनी इंडस्ट्री को, अपने देश को आगे बढ़ा सकें और इस सारी चीज़ों का अल्टरनेट दे सकें।
ठीक है, थैंक यू डॉक्टर पाठक।
सर असल में पीछे बहुत लोग ना लंच के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार खड़े हैं, एकदम बटन दबते भागेंगे।
हाँ, आई थिंक
आपका सर सजेशन बहुत बढ़िया है और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा मैं 20 साल से अल्टरनेटिव्स पे काम कर रहा हूँ। डॉक्टर साहब कितना इंडस्ट्री सपोर्ट है आपके पास? बस इतना ही सुनना था, बाकी बाद में करेंगे बात।
I think thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. We will break for lunch now and reassemble in an hour's time. Can't. It's 2 p.m. So we'll start after that 3 p.m. What else?
CLFMA members Dr. Prashant Shinde and also our CLFMA member Suresh Chitturi. We've all heard the passion with which Naveen has been talking. I hope we carry the same passion into this panel discussion also. Naveen, we're really banking on you to ask the right questions because you're a guy full of passion. So with your passionate questions, I hope we can make this panel discussion also interesting. I would like to now invite Abhay Shah to introduce all the panelists. अच्छा ठीक है ना, तो करना बाद में, मैं बलराम मटेरियल।
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to all the panelists here. It gives me great pleasure to read out Dr. Sujit Datta's details and his background. Dr. Sujit Kumar Datta, presently working as Joint Commissioner, Animal Husbandry, Member Secretary, CPCSEA, and Secretary AWBI in the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, New Delhi. By profession, he is a veterinarian. He's passed his Bachelor's of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry degree from the Faculty of Veterinary Science from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vidyavidyalaya, West Bengal. He also did Masters of Veterinary Science from Indian Veterinary Research Institute in the year 1990 and passed Masters of Veterinary Science in 92. After completion of his master's degree, he joined in the veterinary services in the Animal Resource Development Department, Government of West Bengal. Dr. Datta is joined in the Government of India Department of Animal Husbandry on June 2007 as Assistant Commissioner. He was entrusted with the work of animal quarantine and certification services, trade-related matters, import, manufacturing and marketing of veterinary drugs and vaccines, risk analysis, WTO matters, Veterinary Council of India, implementation of Livestock Importation Act, Indian Veterinary Council. On 1st January 2012, he was promoted to the post of Deputy Commissioner and he was handling the charge of Livestock Health Division. Again, he was promoted to the post of Joint Commissioner in 2016. During his posting in the Livestock Health Division, he was handling the matters related to Veterinary Council of India, AQCS related matters, risk analysis, trade related matters, zoning and compartmentalization, PPR control program, international cooperative matters, and also performance veterinary Performance Veterinary Services. He is also trained in PVS evaluation process. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Abhay, and welcome, Dr. Sujit. Very helpful person. Dr. Sujit has helped the industry throughout. Now I would like to request Balram Bhattacharya to come and introduce the rest of the panelists.
So thank you, Mr. Gulati. It gives me immense pleasure to give brief introduction about our very important three panelists who are present here. One is Dr. Gagan Garg, second one is Srimati Suniti Toteja, and third one is Dr. Monica Puria. So let me read one after another. Dr. Gagan Garg. Dr. Gagan Garg is the Deputy Commissioner, Trade, Government of India. Dr. Gagan Garg is in the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Dr. Gagan Garg has completed his Masters in Veterinary Science, Bachelor of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry. He has also completed Postgraduate Diploma in Agricultural Extension Management. His professional experience, he has been in the regulation of trade in the country for livestock and livestock products, including poultry. Issuance of sanitary import permits for livestock products, including poultry and fishery products. Coordination with the international bodies on policy, planning and maintenance of livestock health and trade. Then alignment of veterinary health certificates for mutual trade between the countries. Bilateral cooperation related to livestock and livestock products, policy drafting, planning, implementation of livestock related schemes on all India level. Clinical veterinarian for more than 11 years. So we welcome Dr. Gagan Garg. So next, Srimati Suniti Toteja. Mrs. Suniti Toteja is a scientist and executive director and head of Food and Agriculture Department, Bureau of Indian Standards. Her qualification is she has completed BSc Bachelor of Applied Science in Food and Technology from Delhi University in 1993. Thereafter, she had completed M.Tech in Dairy Technology from NDRI Kernel in 1996. She has also completed postgraduate diploma in Human Resource Development from IGNEU, Delhi. Her work experience, over 17 years experience in the standards formulation activity of BIS since 1999 to 2013 and once again since 2019 to till date, involved in the formulation of national standards in the area of processed foods, products, food and agriculture with emphasis on food safety, quality, nutrition, sampling, packaging, labeling across the food supply chain. She worked in management system certification program of BIS during 2014 to 2016, involved in the development of quality management and food safety management systems certification schemes for the industry. This includes development of procedures and guidelines for conduct of management systems, audits of the industry, including the food industry. On deputation as director in FSSI during 2016 to 2019, she was in charge of the FSMH division in FSSI, coordinated the work for the development of sector-specific GHP, GMP guidelines for the medium and small food business, development of third-party food safety, audit regulation, as a means to increase the oversight on food business through conduct of food safety audits by recognized auditing agencies in India. Department of Training framework for food safety supervisors and food handlers across the sectors of food business and its implementation pan-India through training patterns. So we all applaud Mrs. Sumiti Toteja. Now, I'll be giving the brief introduction of Dr. Monica Punia. Dr. Monica Punia, she is the Deputy Director, FSSAI. Dr. Monica Punia is a biotech, dairy and food science professional with over 15 years of experience in research, policy formulation and implementation. She is currently the Deputy Director of Science and Standards at the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, headquarters in Delhi. Dr. Punia is the NABL Technical Assessor for Integrated Assessment and has previously served as a national level resource person for milk and milk products. She has also been involved in a number of important initiatives, including Yet Right India, the ranking matrix of notified labs, the national milk and milk product surveys, and the schemes of testing and inspections. In the current role of FSSAI, Dr. Punia is leading a number of important projects, including the Task Force of Animal Feed, the Scientific Panel on Milk and Milk Products, the Biohazards Panels, Scientific Committee, the Product Approval, Non-Specified Food and Food Ingredients. She is also involved in the development of online portals like EPAS and Food Ocopia. Prior to joining FSSAI, Dr. Punia worked as a DBT Biocare woman scientist at the ICAR National Dairy Research Institute, Kernal. She has published 11 international and 21 national research reviews and book chapters, and is the review editor of Frontiers in Microbiology. She is also the recipient of the 6 Best Poster Awards. Dr. Punia is a highly accomplished professional and strong advocate for food safety and quality. She is committed to making India a healthier nation. So please give a round of applause to Dr. Punia. So thank you. Okay.
I'd like to invite Anup Kalra to felicitate Dr. Sujit Datta and Dr. Gagan Garg. Wait. Thank you, Anupji. Thank you so much. I'd request Mr. Narendra Reddy to come and felicitate Madam Suniti Toteja and Dr. Monica Punia. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Now I'd request our energetic, ambitious Deputy Chairman Naveen to come and felicitate our other two panelists, Prashant and Suresh. You'll have to carry the tray home, Naveen. Stay back, Naveen. And let's not forget our moderator, Sandeep. Stay back, Naveen. Stay back. And this time, don't give the tray. Thank you, Naveen, for honoring our panelists. Over to you, moderator Sandeep.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure post-lunch may not be the best thing that you want to do, but we are together and we want to make the most of our time now to focus on a very critical point. The first two panel discussions kind of precipitated us in a very interesting direction. One, if we were to get for export, we also elevate, and it automatically results into elevation of quality of produce from an import perspective. So quality is focus. Productivity is another focus area. For our industry, for any of these to materialize and substantiate, it is also very important that we get a little bit of helping hand from the government. And hence regulation and regulatory affairs become a very critical point from our perspective. We have an esteemed panel here to discuss what's the way forward in this, keeping the theme alive, which was around looking beyond present for the livestock sector I'm sure a lot of people in this room want to know and understand what's in store for us from a regulation perspective, especially whatever we've been hearing about BIS, FSSAI, and a bit of intertwining between the two. So to solve for both, I think I'll start with Dr. Punya, if she can give her talk on what she thinks will be the role of FSSAI from our perspective in terms of the next 5 to 10 years. The presentation, please.
The green one is forward. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm audible. Okay. So we had a very good lunch session. After that, we had a very good felicitation by the CLFMA team. Thank you so much for that. I guess we have just started, so nobody should be sleepy right now. And everybody is attentive enough to, take this panel forward. I feel very privileged today when I'm representing FSSAI because I have my senior over here. Suniti ma'am is here. When I joined in 2016 in FSSAI, she was the director of the division I had joined. So I feel privileged being here with her as a panelist. And of course, I also feel happy to be a part of the panel and to be a part of the discussion for the program done by CLFMA, because before joining FSSAI and being a learning or getting the training of a regulator, I was in NDRI, National Dairy Research Institute, for more than 12 years. So I worked in dairy cattle nutrition department also, and I don't know, I guess some Mr. Pathak had said today that he is a combination of R&D, policy making, all that. So I couldn't relate to him. I don't know where he's sitting right now, but I could relate to him because even I have that combination. I, not being a veterinarian, still I had been into these departments, and now in FSSAI, I could actually witness the constraints that what the feed industry is going through. And everybody must have witnessed from yesterday that we were all talking at various stages in the various panels. Even the dignitaries have talked about how we can, not only concentrate on import, but how we can also do export for the feed industry. And when we think of that, we need to have regulations in place so that we can actually assure everybody about the quality of the feed. So from FSSAI, I just have 3 to 4 slides where I want to say what actually we are doing right now. And of course, this is, we have to go hand in hand, and we need support of the other stakeholders also in doing so. I'll go to the next slide. So, okay, as of now, for animal feed, this is not included in the FSS Act 2006, we all know about it. But the regulation 2.5.2 that talks about feed, that is milk and meat producing animals except the poultry, pig and fish shall not be fed with feed containing meat or bone meal including internal organs, blood meal and tissues of bovine or porcine origin materials except milk and milk products. And of course, these commercial feeds, they will comply with the BIS standards and they may be specified by the food authority from time to time. This is right now what is the status or what is the provision that everybody has to follow for feed. Now, I guess a lot of discussion must have happened, and of course, the question arises, why do we need feed regulations? The foremost thing is we need to ensure the safety of the animal feeds, and of course, why we talk about human foods, it's directly, indirectly connected to human safety as well. So we need to improve the quality of the raw material, we need to regulate, I should not say control, we need to regulate the use of feed additives, the premixtures, including the medicated feeds as well. You must have discussed about various vitamins and minerals that are to be added to the feed. Also, we need to regulate, supervise and control the manufacture, sale and distribution of the animal feed, the raw materials and the feed additives. That's what we feel, that why do we need these regulations. Now, as it is to be included in the Act, of course, as I said, it's an important part of the food chain. It would impact the food safety, of course, for the human consumption. And in other countries, if I talk globally, USA, EU, China, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they have a single authority for food as well as for feed safety. And we got very good support from all the other stakeholders, from all the ministries when we had connected them. Some have requested the authority to go for regulations. So, of course, other ministries would be a part of, framing the regulations at FSSAI. As in Codex and EU, there is a definition for feed, and that would be, of course, brought into our regulations. From EU, DG Sante, she had recommended to exercise control on the primary production level, so that we can, of course, promote the export of animal feed. I had witnessed when I was in Quality Assurance Department, we had a National Milk Safety and Quality Survey, and that time the highest, around 5.7% of aflatoxin M1 that was found in milk, and that was a big concern that time. And from that point itself, that was around 2018-19, we had started to think on, now we should have regulations in place. We had a meeting very recently on the 24th where we had invited all the stakeholders. Some of you were also part of it, who actually supported us. They had some issues. The organized and the unorganized feed sector had some issues, and still they also want that, of course, the feed regulation should come under the ambit of FSS Act. So once it is regulated, how you say it would be regulated? First, we will have to frame the regulations. We will be coming up with standard operating procedures. We will be having test methods in place. We will be having accredited laboratories for the testing of these feed samples. We will be having government officials, of course, from animal husbandry, other ministries who will help us, for going for inspections once they are licensed. We'll be doing regular surveillance so that we have a data. It was a very good thing said by Malik Saab today. I think he's not in the audience right now, but he said very good thing, that if we have data in place, why not we provide the data to the policy makers so that they think what we are thinking and they work on those lines. So that is actually a constraint. Very recently I could attend a Codex meeting in Hong Kong. There also I realized, and now also I would say, the thing that you want, if you want the regulations, if you want the standards, we need data for that. We will be having scientific panels who is going to, of course, frame the micro details about standards, about the primary level and of course the secondary level as well. But we need data. So I guess regular surveillance would be very important for the risk management also. Now for that we'll be doing regular monitoring programs after the surveillance. We'll be, as I said, we will be having laboratories, and of course we need the help from all the other food businesses as well to provide data to the regulators for framing standards for feed. Yeah, that's it. So thank you so much. I would again request you with my last line that we all need to work together. I would not say feed, I would say for the food safety, because it is food of the animal and somewhere we are also connected to it. So we all work together and make it a very safe country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor, for this insightful talk. And I think one key takeaway or message for all of us in the industry is we need to provide you with the data, and also we need to be on the panels of those scientific committees which are being set up. Because if we are not, and it is manned and boarded by people with only R&D orientation, then possibly the commercial angle will be lost. Now I would request Mr. Teja to walk us through what BIS priorities are. Yeah, please. Can we have the presentation, please?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to all, and to senior dignitaries on the dais, the various government functionaries. I think it's very good to know that BIS, has been invited, and we will be able to share with you all in terms of what BIS is doing in this sector, and how also, as I think the moderator had also asked, in the morning, just before the session, that how are we actually collaborating with FSSAI. I think Dr. Monica has already said just one thing which I would like to make it clear, because CLFMA has always been associated with BIS in terms of through the development of the national standards, right? As a member of the technical committee where the national standards are made. But as you all know, the primary difference between standards and regulations is that regulations are always mandatory for any business, any industry, whereas standards by their very nature are always voluntary. Now, but sometimes the government, because of maybe public health, safety, even sometimes security, it does make some standards, or you could say some requirements, technical requirements, and compliance to those standards compulsory. So as I said, standards may always be voluntary, but sometimes the compliance to standards is made mandatory by government. Now when we say government, government means different ministries. Now in the case of feed, we do have the Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, and then of course we do also have the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. So in the food sector, and then maybe for the animal husbandry sector. So in this case, the FSSAI has made the compliance to BIS standards mandatory. It's primarily because it is the feed which I think Dr. Monica has already covered. Once it enters into the food chain, then it should not have a problem in terms of for the human health or the human safety in terms of its contaminants. So that is primarily the reason for making it compulsory. So I will not be taking about the certification part, but my role here would be actually kind of sensitizing you on what those standards are, or you could say what those requirements are. Yeah. So I think I'll just skip off some of the, this is like the mandate of BIS, which I think I've just kind of briefed you about, is to make standards, is the Indian standards, right? And this is done through an act of parliament. And the revised act is the BIS Act 2016, which is currently the one under which we all operate. And whereas standardization is one of the core activities of BIS, but there are two other activities, which is certification and then our laboratories, which are there to support our certification. So laboratory is not commercial laboratory, but it is the testing infrastructure that BIS has developed so as to support its own BIS certification activity. Now in the standards process, because India is also a signatory to the WTO TBT Code of Good Practice for development of standards, and India it is BIS which has accepted that. So we follow the international practice of how standards are made, and since CLFMA through its technical representatives are already a member in those national level committees, so they are aware of that. So I think I can just skip. The more important thing is that in those national level committees or the technical committees, it is important to have all the stakeholders. So apart from the academia or the R&D institutions, you should also have representation from the industry, representation from maybe consumer bodies, and of course the government and the regulator. So this is primarily representation in the technical committee. And the standards, it is obvious that you cannot have standards to be made by say 25 to 30 people of that committee, because the stakeholders for a country as big as ours will be much bigger. So it is very important that whenever that committee, supposing you have a committee, a technical committee on say feeds or animal husbandry, it is able to decide on some requirements or some standards that must be then open for public comments. So that is why we say it as a wide circulation, where standards, once they are open for comments, then any stakeholder, concerned stakeholder, then they can comment on that. And that is a very important step which all standards bodies have to follow before any standards can get published. So this is the entire process of standardization. And the technical committees, how they work is that the technical committees always work by consensus. So when we say consensus, we mean that there is not a substantial opposition to any particular maybe requirement by any substantial interest. So if there is, then we try through maybe various technical committee meetings or through various consultations, so that finally once the technical committee is able to achieve a consensus, only then the standard can get finalized. Yeah, but I think I would not like, I think standards and importance of safety standards or feed standards has already been told by my previous presenter, so I think I can just skip on that. I think it's not moving. Yeah. These are again some of the principles of standardization, which I think I've already spoken about, is to have an equal representation to all stakeholders in the preparation or in the development of standards, which is very important. And the other important principle is also transparency, openness and impartiality. That means there is no bias towards one stakeholder. Now, how this is achieved generally in the committee compositions is that you could say as a guide or as a thumb rule, our emphasis is always that in the composition of the committees, the industry interest is never more than 1/3, or you could say the 2/3 of the interest has to be the non-industry. So that is how the composition of the committees is fixed. It's 2/3 and 1/3. Yeah. And then another important aspect of any standard is that the standard must always be relevant in terms of that it must be updated as far as its technology is concerned. Because what use is a standard if it is not reflecting the current situation of the country? And another important principle for standardization, especially in a country like ours, is, and of course in this sector also, in the feed sector also, where we may have unorganized sector, we may have MSME sector. So how they can also be given a voice, in the technical committee. So that is what we call as a development dimension. So either through their capacity building or either through their training programs, how they should be able to participate and their voice can also be heard in the technical committee. So that is another principle of standardization which we aspire to as a good standards body. So these are all the principles which are of international standardization, which BIS has also accepted by being a signatory to the WTO TBT Code of Good Practice for development of standards. Yeah, I think this I will just skip. I think since I have already spoken, yeah. Now the relevant sectional committee, which is the animal feeds, is FAD 5. It's one of the, you could say, very old sectional committee of BIS. That's why from the number you can say FAD 5, it may have been in existence for more than now almost 60-70 years. And apart from the feed in terms of the animal or the livestock feeds or the poultry feeds, standards have also been fixed for even feeds for laboratory animals, feeds for even say pet animals. And also the various, you could say, the test methods for testing, the various requirements of those feeds, whether it is say proteins or crude fibers, even your micronutrients like vitamins, minerals, and other contaminants like aflatoxins. So it is this committee, this technical committee, which is responsible for formulation of standards in this area, and this is currently it is being headed by Dr. R.K. Singh, who is the former director of IVRA Izzatnagar. And in relation to the topic of discussion today, these are the two relevant standards. One is IS 2052, which is the compounded cattle feed feeds for cattle. This standard has been recently revised. In fact, it was in existence. So if you see, 2052 is the number of the standard, and the 2023 indicates the year of the standard. So that 2023 means either this is the year when the standard is published or the year when the standard is revised. So this is the identification number of the standard. Similarly, we have another standard which is compounded feeds for young stock, and this also standard has been taken up by this committee for revision, and in fact would be finalized very soon in this year, and we will have a new standard on the compounded feeds for young stock. So these are some of the important requirements. So you could say that the standard will have a combination of requirements in relation to its appearance or its physical appearance, also in terms of that particular product. So that is its how it in terms of its extraneous matter, it should be free from any adulterants and contamination, and then also the form in which it will be there, and then its chemical composition, or you could say the important parameters against which it has to be tested. Right. So this is just I've tried to show the important requirements of the standard, and in fact all the Indian standards which are indigenous standards, and this is an indigenous standard, they are all available for free download from the website, that is bis.gov.in, and you can, just by registering, you can get a copy of all the Indian standards. So I think you may not actually need to maybe click a picture of this, but this is actually available, and I'm sure the presentation would also be shared with you. So you can just see the important requirements. Now this standard has two types, type 1 feed and type 2 feed. This is for the high yielding animals and the low yielding animals. So maybe some of the requirements would differ in terms of the requirements, and then also the standard generally for a nutrient which is required in the feed, the standard will always prescribe a minimum limit, and for contaminants and others where the only, you could say, the presence of that parameter or that contaminant has to be as low as possible, so the standard will always give a maximum requirement. So if we say like aflatoxin has to be 20 parts per billion, it doesn't mean it has to be added. It is only a maximum requirement. This is the requirement at which it is safe for the animal to consume. So of course a lesser value is always much better. It is always safer. Right? Yeah. Then the standard, apart from giving the final composition of the cattle feed, the standard also gives that what are the sources, that means what are the ingredients of what all can be added to make a cattle feed. So the standard will then also give like grains or seeds or even the byproducts or the the meals, etc., or even the tuber, and for all of these, then wherever Indian standards already exist for those ingredients, in terms of whether it's the oil cakes or grain byproducts or even your industrial byproducts, so wherever Indian standards or specifications are existing, then the standard also guides the manufacturer that if they are using, say, cottonseed oil cake or they are using DORB, then each of them will also have Indian standards, and then it will be good that if you also, the ingredients are also in compliance to the Indian standards, and what will happen, your final product, which is your compounded cattle feed, will automatically actually comply with the standards of quality and safety. So this is just an indication. I think I'm taking a little too much time. Yeah. So also we've also tried to just give you an overview that, like for oil cakes there are already 13 Indian standards, and now for agro-industrial byproducts we have 5. Similarly for feed supplements and grain byproducts. And this technical committee is now also working on making new standards, because a lot of new products are, or you could say a lot of new oil cakes or new ingredients are now being used because so much of technology is changing. So also now we are trying to formulate more and more standards on the newer ingredients which are coming. Because we do sometimes receive queries from a number of manufacturers, both here and also from outside the country, whether this particular, this particular ingredient or this particular additive is allowed. So wherever we have standards, although our standards are always voluntary, but we do try to, that's why it's important, that the committee has to always keep itself updated with whatever changes are happening. So, standards should actually generally should precede that, so that it should not follow the technology, but it should precede. So that standards actually help guide the industry in terms of, supposing you have a new manufacturer who wants to invest and make its own business of a cattle feed, then by actually taking standards as a benchmark or as a reference point, we'll be able to understand that how I can actually make that feed, and these are the important criteria against which my product will be checked or will be complied. So standard has to have a positive influence on actually technology. So we never treat standard as a barrier, but we will always say standards, and then regulations, of course, should only facilitate the quality improvement for industry, in fact for any sector. This is again I think I'll just go through that because this it's a big presentation, but just to give you an idea, now standards on oil cakes also will prescribe their own set of requirements. So this is just the list of the standards on the various ingredients, either oil cakes or feed supplements, and similarly for the grain byproducts, and all of these are, you can easily download a copy of them, and they are, as I said, they are freely available. Similarly for feed supplements, like even for cattle licks, standards exist. For mineral mixtures, then for agro-industrial byproducts. Yeah. So some of the common requirements which would be there in all of these standards would be that they must be free from rancidity, adulterants, and then adulterants even like castor cake, husk, mahua cake, etc., from insect, and even from visible insect infestation, etc. Then these are some of the chemical requirements which I have just listed out, and also for the aflatoxin B1, where limits have been specified, and then also taking into consideration specially for for the DORB or rice polish, etc., where different limits have been given. And then of course the packing and marking in terms of how the product needs to be packed and what all should be there on the label. So those requirements will also be part of the standard. And then certification, this I think since you are aware of, so this I think I can just skip off. But yeah, certification is generally not done through the Delhi office. Certification is through all our branch offices. And all our branch offices, we have around 48 branch offices now, but they would anyway be located in the capitals of all the states. Other than the northeast states, where we have an office in Guwahati which caters to all the northeastern states, but we do have an office in all the capitals. And now, this is just for your information that apart from the cattle feed, we do also have standards on fish feeds. So for that, it is not this committee which is FAD 5, there is a separate committee on fisheries which is FAD 12. And for fish feeds also there are a series of standards. Yeah. So you can just see that. So this will be on the different species, of the fishes. So for carp feed, for catfish, for marine shrimp feed, for freshwater prawn feed, and there are some new also which are being developed. So these are the other two which have recently, they will be published very soon, maybe in this month or the next month. We'll have 2 new standards for different species. So similarly, as we have for the livestock feed, similar kind of requirements will be there in the fish feeds, and also the ingredients which can be used for that, the raw materials. Then apart from all the feeds, there are some Indian standard on, you could say, codes of transport of these animals, even for housing of these animals. This is more for animal welfare. So that's a separate committee which is your animal husbandry and equipment. So that is FAD 32. Just for information. So these are more of codes of practice standards. So you can see we have standards on livestock, transportation, even for cattle housing, etc. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this sometimes, very often we receive these criticism, that standards are very prescriptive. They don't allow innovation. They are very restrict. I mean, they are not allowing us to do any innovations. We only have to use these ingredients. We cannot use anything else. Or there are some problems because of implementation issues. So these kind of, and sometimes it is also said that it's only a committee which is making standards. You're not going into a wider consultation. So as a how to challenge that, or you could say how to overcome these problems, is very important that whenever standards are made, they must be through consensus, to circulate drafts to as many experts as possible, and to must also involve the industry when the standards are being made. And here I feel the role of industry associations becomes very paramount, because it will not be possible either for the regulator or the standards body like BIS to involve the industry from all nook and corners. So the involvement, or you could say the responsibility of the industry association becomes very important. That how, because if the industry association is represented on the technical committee, of course they are also represented in their technical capacity, but they must be able to have the maybe able to sensitize their own member industries on the new regulations or the new standards which are coming up, so that the industry is actually ready to implement that. And if there are any issues, then maybe collate all those inputs and then bring it up to the technical committee or the policy makers. So I feel here the role of industry association is very important, because in the end the standards have to be implemented by the businesses. So, and of course, now in the end it is always, as we say, for human safety or human health, so it is the consumer which has to be benefited. So in the end, even if you are the industry, but you are also the consumers, right? So if a product is bad, be it a food or a feed, it will anyway come into the food chain. So we may be making it, but we will also be consuming it. So I think if we look at it from that angle, then definitely there should not be any stopping us to actually improving the quality of the feed. So I think thank you very much. I think that was my last slide. Yeah. Thank you so much. Would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We've heard from the two regulators / people who will set our standards. I think it's time to hear from our industry colleagues what their view and what their understanding is. I think the discussion kind of primarily focused on cattle, so I'll bring in Suresh now to give in some perspective on poultry. That thankfully we haven't heard anything on regulation on that count. So maybe you can set the agenda of what can one expect from an industry participant from a regulation perspective.
Thank you, Sandeep. I guess the poultry feed standard is coming sometime soon. So that's something to look forward to. But of course interact and make sure that it is something that's workable. So a couple of things I wanted to talk about on the standards is, FSSAI has a standard on chicken, packaged chicken, which I was quite shocked to find out that we are the only ones who have such a prescriptive this thing. Because the milk guys told us, no, it's not FSSAI deciding our packaging, labeling, we do. And because why I'm saying that is, see, they give us 1 day plus 3, right? In practicality, we have tested it and it's almost a week. Now it's restricting us from, and also it's not allowing us to innovate. If you are not allowing us to innovate on packaging, like sir, modified atmospheric packaging is a 1 month. But because of your prescription, there is no way we can do anything about it. So that was one point I wanted to raise because again, processing is a nascent thing that is picking up and it needs to pick up. But when you put conditions like this, then it is going to be very, very. But again, my main point is why are you, for sure, that's my fight with the department also, why only poultry? When you don't have this on dairy, you don't have this on biscuits, why are you doing this to poultry? Why are you putting this restriction on us? That's one side. The other side is the vaccines in our country. I think from our side also, I think we have also been little guilty of only focusing on one disease, but there are a lot of other diseases. and a lot of other areas where the vaccines are not up to date. And I don't know, there was talk about doing a survey of poultry diseases and all that, which unfortunately our country has not done so far, but I don't know if it has started. Sometime last year it was about to start, or I don't know if it started. The problem is, I'll tell you something like ILT, right? It's wreaking havoc in Tamil Nadu, in Hyderabad, and we are not allowed to vaccinate. And I think of all the advanced countries, as far as I understand, India is the only country which is not doing this. And it's a very simple thing, and vaccines are happening, sir, even if you don't permit it. But kya hai usme kisi ko nahi malum. And it's not working. And farmers are spending money, they're going berserk. Now we want antibiotics and microbials reduced. But if you don't allow vaccination, and we are not being up to date, it's a non-notifiable disease. So why are we getting so worked up about it? So these are some places where I think two areas definitely. Of course, I can talk for another 2 hours about all the other stuff, but I think these are two areas where I think we need the industry to, the government side, the regulators to be more. I think FSSAI, maybe madam, it's not your department or whatever, but the point is, it's a discussion we want to have. I'm not expecting an answer from you now, but I think that's a discussion that I think we should have and help the industry. And on the vaccination, yeah, I think, as I said, ILT has been there at least for 10 years now, and it's wreaking havoc, sir. It is a big problem. Fortunately, not all over the country, but in Telangana and Namakkal, it's a big problem. And all kinds of stuff is being done by farmers because they are desperate. Losing 30-40% birds is not something, anybody looks forward to, because insurance to hai nahi unko. So then they have to resort to all kinds of things. So I think those are 2 points. Thanks, Sandeep.
Thank you. I think not that we are trying to solve for it, but directionally these are important points for the sector. I'm sure the message is also shared with the members on the stage. We will take it up at the right point in time. I think Prashant, asking you to come in here, and so you heard ma'am present on what the BIS norms standards will be on cattle feed. There are some parts which are clearly exciting and some parts which are concerning. What are your top 1 or 2 concerns that you see post the presentation?
Yeah. Thanks, Sandeep. Firstly, honored and privileged to present industry views at this forum. So, to start with, I'll recognize the BIS first. They have done a fantastic job, bringing all the standards together, putting up this 2005-2003 March update. So that's fantastic. The challenge here is this word voluntary. Okay, so that's, the feed millers who have registered, they had a disadvantage, right? If they're using voluntary, it's like voluntary registrations, then it's a concern. So it has to be mandatory. But then if you look at the compound feed dairy industry as such, right? So we are just 15%, right? So 85% of the farmers are still using ingredients, raw materials, cottonseed cake or any other raw material that is availability. And unfortunately, there is no regulation to that. So that's something which has to be taken up, at a very faster level. And madam, you mentioned about the panel, right? No doubt it's the expert committee. It's very knowledgeable, people from academia, research, scientific background, and from industry. But then what my experience says that the voice of the industry is really not heard. So I'll give you an example, right? We are talking about calf starter, calf grower of 1970s, right? And we are not willing to change the standards, and we are debating how can we get 300 gram average daily gain by keeping 24% protein. So whereas the industry has moved to say 700, 800 grams average daily gain. So that's something. So the point here is we want the expert committee to be, having practical knowledge, come somewhere in the middle, take into consideration the industry challenges. And there is another, I'll quote 2 more examples, right? We were discussing standards for corn, right? So, and we have a moisture level of 10. And this point came up and they said, okay, 10 done kar do. I said like, hey guys, who gets 10% corn in the market? as the best corn we get is 13%, and the worst maybe like we don't know. But then no one was willing to hear. So I said we are willing to share the data. We are willing to share month-wise data, region-wise data, everything. But then that willingness to hear out is, that's we have to look at. A couple of more points. One is, we say BI standards, and those who have already registered, they try to, hats off to all the formulators, purchase team, like, I don't know how you manage. But then, when BIS takes the sample from a plant, and it's obvious, feed industry doesn't produce the ingredients. We buy from outside, right? So quality control is out of our purview. But then even if you miss the deviation, say aflatoxin 20, even if we have aflatoxin 23, we get notices. So there is time that BIS defines some, sort of deviations in this. Another point is, say, winter conditions in North India. It's very rare that you get 11% moisture in feed. It's like none of the feed mills are good enough to, ensure moisture loss. So most of the time it's 12, sometimes it goes up to 13. But then can we have that flexibility of having, regional deviations? So that's something we need to. And the most worrying concern from the industry standpoint is, any state government wakes up and says, okay, this is what we want the industry to do. So we really strongly advocate one act for the whole nation. So we don't want different, states coming up with different regulations. So these are the things I would like to put on the table. Yeah.
Thanks, Prashant. Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shinde. I think 2-3 questions which you raised, I think which are relevant for BIS. I mean, they're pertaining to BIS. I think the first one which you said was regarding the revision of our standards which we are taking for young stock. So as you said, I think that the committee maybe is not willing to change what was there in 1970s. So I think I've noted your point on that. I think it's not working. It is working. Okay. So I'll just get back, because we do understand that if there are issues, of course, safety has to be the important reason. But if you have some, as I think Dr. Monica was also said, whenever the technical committee needs to take a view or a decision, it will obviously depend on data. Right. So if you can share that data with us, that will be really great. I think the same goes for the corn meal which you were saying, where you're saying 10% is not achievable only. So I would, of course, and since my officer is also there, she was the one who's handling this technical committee. I'm sure she'll echo with what I'm saying is that if you're able to give us the data, we will never be in a hurry to make something which is not implementable. But yes, sometimes, it is both the views have to be heard, and then kind of you could say consensus has to come somewhere. But I'm sure even when the aflatoxin levels were being fixed, we had so many meetings, so many discussions. We even had a seminar at NDR, I remember, through so many. But it in the end, it has to be the data, Now, I do understand that the factual situation is that maybe the problem is of the ingredients that are being used, and then you say, of course, you say that since yours is an industry which is making cattle feed, so all the regulations come on us. But what for those who are just making the meals? But you must understand we are a developing country, so I'm sure that will also come, but it may take a little more time, but that will definitely come. So maybe since for the regulators, it is also easy to catch you. Isn't it? So it will start with you. Once you are able to show the line, once you are able to demand that, no, I want a product which has, say, 5 ppb only, then it will come automatically, but it will take time. Of course, it is not to say that they are not important. They are also important, So now that FSSAI will bring out regulations for this, then slowly the ingredients, it will come. At one point it will come, it may not come today. So, but I think that maybe FSSAI will be able to tell. But yes, The important thing is, now that thing also becomes important, the role of a standards body. Standards are being made, they are voluntary standards. They still exist. They still exist, but they are voluntary. So if an industry wants, to use those standards to say that my product is better than, say, an X product, that is still there. It's not that they don't know the standards, but we should also be willing to improve. I mean, I may be talking a little bit theoretical, but I'm sure that will come slowly. But I do take your, your two comments very seriously on the first two, which are exactly relevant to us, which is for the maize corn, the meal and the young stock. I'm sure that we'll work on that. So regarding the vaccines and all, I think maybe ministry or department will have to, not relevant for us.
I think more than that, the larger point here was willingness to listen. I think that is what you are demonstrating here, that yes, we are willing to listen to what the industry has to say. And for industry, the message is loud and clear, bring data. So in God you believe and everyone else has to bring data. So we need to ensure that we provide you with ample data for you to draw the right conclusions and perspective. Sure.
I have to give a reply? Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Raidu, okay, you had two questions. Of course, ma'am has said I would join her. Regarding vaccination, the first question, of course, animal husbandry or maybe that department would talk about it. But if you were talking about packaging, and if I talk about FSSAI, I would say when we are framing standards, we have a scientific panel. They are, of course, experts, but they believe on data, as said by me and by madam, and lot of scientific data. On the basis of scientific data and lot of risk assessment, we make standards. So, of course, if we have standards for packaging, there must be a reason behind it. But I would just say, if you have any issues, as you were talking about, I guess chicken, packaged chicken, I guess we would surely want you to give a representation to FSSAI that would be placed in the scientific panel in front of the experts. That would be very well taken care. And of course, that's a chain, you very well know. It goes to the scientific committee, the authority, and then the ministry. I had been for a while in the meat panel, where we also gave a chance to, leashes to present whatever they actually wanted while we were framing standards over there. So I guess even the regulators, they are open to listen to you, and I guess you are very well open to, give us those representations. And of course, we'll take care of it, that it is being taken care.
I'm sure that's reassuring and
you.
Something that we all look forward to.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring in Dr. Datta at this stage. So from what you're hearing, the usual conflict between the regulators and the industry, where do you see the next 2-3 years of what should the livestock industry be doing in next 2-3 years to ensure we navigate this journey of getting regulated and still deliver the value to the farmer? How should we work on that, sir?
Thank you. It's a nice discussion going on. My experience says that, so I just recollect on those days, this 2013 and 2011, when CLFMA approached its ministry, when he issued the antimicrobial circular that the antibiotics should not be used in the animal feed, then the CLFMA team, whole of the CLFMA team came to ministry. And there we felt that there is a need to develop any standards because we do not have any feed regulation in our country. Still we do not have any feed regulation. Whatever this circular issued by the FSSAI, it is the reason behind it is different. It is to safeguard the industry. It is reason behind is different, but I know the background of that in detail. So that is not the regulation. So regulations, we should prepare regulation in such a way that can be implemented. What I have handled the so many now I am handling the fourth act. So I know this how difficult it is to implement this any regulations when you prepare. Without implementing the regulations, this doesn't have any standard. We call as the international term is a municipal standard. Municipality has so many standards, but it is not implemented. So whenever you prepare a standard, I was in the committee of the FSSI, when we developed the standards of MRL standards on meat, egg, milk. So how we have developed that standards, and notification came when we banned this all number of feeds of the sulfonamides and all totally banned, because the FSSI Act doesn't control the primary production level. So to control the primary production level, we require a act. And the main target on this primary production level control is the feed regulation. So feed, it brings all kind of residues to the products, which is ultimately consumed by the human being. So BIS is developing a standard. I think so many communications we have made. This BIS should come out with the standards that should be mandatory standard. It should not be the voluntary standards. Voluntary standards do not have any effect on that. Some industry, they are doing, oh, it's a voluntary standard, why should I follow? I will sell my feed in a low cost, and farmer will happily buy it. I have seen these farmers who are feeding the cattle feed, and from very next day, cattle is having serious diarrhea on that. So when I search out that this feed from where it has come, I see that there are some ingredients in that. Either it is full of aflatoxins and all these nonsense ingredients in this cattle, in this feed, and cattle is having diarrhea. So standards, when BIS is making the standards, it should be the mandatory standards. And how mandatory standards can be implemented, it is not possible for the government agencies to go and search every feed producing plant. I think this government, I believe on that we do now, this ministry has changed its mindset. We work along with the industry. Now what I have seen in this US, how they regulate this industry, they have a program. They accredit the industry laboratory, quality testing laboratory. That laboratory is accredited by the US government, USDA. Whatever data they are generating, they validate that data, because that laboratory is following the USDA norm, government norms. That laboratory worked as far as the government laboratory. So the regulator should believe on this industry, whatever data they are giving. So with that data, you verify the data. These discussions came in long back, 5 to 6 years back, when we developed this MRL standards. We do not have a data. So data generated, still it is on the same line, we do not have data. So without the data, from where the data will come, the industry will give you the data. They will claim to see this level, it doesn't harm the human being. Because if you fix the MRLs, aflatoxins at 20 ppb, what Codex says? Codex is more flexible standards. If you deliberate on the Codex, that standards is such a democratic standards. So you can, if you approach to the Codex, and they will accept your data and they will again deliver. I know this how Codex works, and we have stopped so many things in the Codex committee for being prepared standards. So whenever any standards comes, so it should be with tandem with the industry, because ultimate industry will manufacture. They are the buyer of your standards. Government will not buy your standards. So they are the buyer of your standards. You have to learn the industry, and they have very good technology, and they have very good scientific know-how development. This is the here. Now our poultry sector has gone up to 1,20,000 crore. Now it has gone up. The entire thing is dependent on the industry. Government has not interfered in this, anything. Even I am not interested to bring any standards on the poultry. So this industry grown up with their own. If you bring the standards on the poultry feed, then how do you control it? It will create a havoc in the industry if you implement the standards like this. So you have to listen industry. And These BI standards, it is a democratic, you are saying, so many of experts are there, but many experts who do not have any field knowledges. So my suggestion would be, the industry participation should be more. Industry technical participation, they have very good scientists in their system. If you bring this Raidus up, they are telling that ILT is a big issue. I know ILT is a big issue, but still the government is not ready to allow the vaccine, because this our central institute, they do not have any data. Industry, they didn't report to the government. That is the drawback. We are telling the industry, report to the government, report to state government, come to bring to our this department, and then we will take action. Like this avian influenza. So these are the things I want to advise, that industry and the standard setting bodies, they should work in close connection, and you have to flexibly accept their industry suggestions and ask for the data, and then validate data. It is your duty to validate the data, how the industry develop this data. Ask them, they will come and they will give the presentation, and if you have any suggestion, you suggest them, and they will modify the standards. Again, they will work, because these are their bread and butter, and ultimately entire livestock industry depends on the feed. We have at least 36% shortage of the feed in our country, and we require a good quality of feed. For milk production, we do not have any, this land mass is degrading. We do not have any excess land to produce the fodder, green fodder. So we have to go for the intensive farming system. There we require this compound feed, manufactured feed. And this, wherever this nature's, this suppose in corn, this 10 to 11%, this issue I know, this industry came to us, they have given us a representation. It's difficult to believe that the 10% moisture in a corn, you will not get any corn. So you have to give some process method how to maintain that moisture level by way of processing of the industry. So this feed, they manufacture this feed, how they disinfect these feeds. So because they, in the process flow, they heat this feed in up to 80 degrees centigrade. I have seen in European countries, they have a standards on that. Heating is compulsory, the feed ingredients, this feed, manufactured feed, it should be heated at 80 degrees centigrade for such minutes. So when you prepare the standards, you have to follow all these systems, how this, based on our country's requirement, whatever resources we are having, because so many things are evolving, and we are also promoting the new feed ingredients should come, new feed development should come. So this is some of my understanding and suggestion. I worked in this ministry and handled so many of regulations on that, and I know the industry, how they, at one time during COVID period, how they suffered, and now they are coming up again, and government is giving so many of emphasis on these animal husbandry sectors. See, the standards is required, standards should be mandatory, and then this should be implementable standards. Don't prepare any standard, we should not prepare any standards that is not implementable. So this is and I will urge the industry to come forward and should follow the government norms. What is government is saying to you? You all follow these norms. Initially, you suffered because of you have to change the production system. Ultimately, you follow. I know it. Ultimately, you follow. I have seen in this poultry, and we have fought for this shortage of the feed, and days to come, in 2025 and onwards, this industry will suffer because feed shortage will be more on that, and government is working on that. This how to come out with the shortage of the feed. So this is my submission.
Thank you so much, Doctor. This was very insightful and a very pro-industry stand, I must say, which is clearly well appreciated by the audience. I would like to bring in Dr. Garg here. We did have some chat around the norms and standards that may come in with respect to imports of premixes and mineral mixtures, and how will that coincide with the domestic norms? If you could shed some light on that, it will be helpful.
When we talk about import regulation, at present there is no import regulation for animal feed additives. And other hand, when we regulate any import, the exporting country demands for national treatment. In the absence of no domestic regulation, sometimes it becomes very difficult to take a stand. The feed ban, meat ban and food producing animal also came into picture by FSI Act in 2021 because of our one requirement to import various livestock products including dairy. The animals should not be fed with the food of animal origin. That's why, to give the national treatment, we enter into the FSI Act. Earlier, when we are, DID is always facilitating the industry. When industry was germinating, and now time has come when industry has to share what type of regulation they require. Either they require replica of human food supplement and nutraceutical for animal feed. Till 2011-12, drug controller was issuing the notification for the animal feed premix and mixture, which the DHD was recommending. After that, there was a gap, and as on date, there is no man's land who will regulate the import of animal feed additive and mixture. If you will see, the nutraceuticals, animal feed, and different supplement, they are only well defined by the two ministries. Under the Drug and Cosmetic Act, FSI had defined for human nutraceutical and supplement nutraceuticals, special feed, novel food, and under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, under the Export Inspection Council Act, they have defined the animal feed additive premixture for doing export. But there is no domestic regulation for the animal feed additive and premixture. This is the main issue at present. We are getting and struggling to take approval from the higher authority to issue the list which are being requested by industry. Last week itself, I received an application that these products are already recommended in the animal feed additive list issued by DID during December 2022. They have requested to register their brand. That's why I am telling whether the industry needs replica of the human food supplement. If the active ingredient has been recommended by the DID already, then why it is required to register a brand? During 2019, drug controller issued a letter to different agencies what type of APIs are being consumed by the farm industry, including animal feed industry. At the same time, when we first met with the CLFMA office, where especially Devraji and Gulati ji, they shared their problem. When they are importing the animal feed in the country, they are getting difficult to get clearance from the custom. The list was recommended by DSD to drug controller. Animal quarantine was given NOC, but still custom but not given final clearance in the absence of any official notification or official memorandum. That's why we requested drug controller during 2020. The list we have complied. Please endorse it and notify it under the Drug and Cosmetic Act to the border agencies so that industry may not face any problem. But finally, drug controller replied only through a mail. We have no issue if DSD may issue any notification in this regard, except they may write feed grade antibiotic. This is also a main concern. Before that, IP grade antibiotic was also entering in animal feed. That's why they only written you write feed grade antibiotic and you may issue the list at your end. And due to this reason, it takes more than 2 years to issue a final official memorandum in consultation with the customs. And see, when we issued the OM and custom also endorsed, and at least some issue raised by the industry get resolved. But still we are getting the problem and also struggling how we may further facilitate the industry in getting approval for a further list, which we are receiving. This is the main concern from as per grievances I have received, because I am a contact point between the policy maker and the industry to facilitate the import. So getting the grievances from different members, I have reached to the point where within the industry, you have to finalize and you have to present a draft regulation, what you need finally, either in the line of a separate regulation or in line with the human food supplement or what maybe you required. But see, still the animal feed, which is being utilized by the farmers, is limited to those farmers having a 10% livestock population. That's why feed should not be so much costly that it may not be adopted by farmers if the cost is high. So we have to also make the balance between the prices and the quality. And since morning we are talking about GM feed, I will like to add, as Tarun sir told, you have to be vocal and address the issue. See, when we talk about import and export, there is always a national treatment. At present, we are importing various livestock products from countries which are using GM feed. And on the other hand, we are not giving same treatment to domestic industry. And some of your members are also involved in pet food. For addressing your concern, see, your industry of the size of 15,000 crore approximately, and pet food industry between 4,000 to 5,000 crore, 1/3 of animal feed industry. When they are importing, feed supplement for pets, we are issuing 70 import permit. If the feed is having any ingredient of animal origin, right? Taking this benefit, recently we went in detail for pet feed and food. They are importing anything, but we are facilitating as they are having some part of animal ingredient. What the rest we are not saying. But when animal feed industry is importing anything, they are facing the challenge. This is my main views and experience related to import regulations.
Thank you very much, and I guess that part is pretty clear. In interest of time, we'd open the discussion for 2 questions, and then I think we should be in a position to wrap up.
As we all know, there is a coastal aquaculture authority also, and recently amendment bill has been moved in the parliament. That coastal aquaculture authority will set the standards for all inputs. So what does the industry do? Go to FSI or BIS or Coastal Aquaculture Authority? Coastal Aquaculture Authority
will set the norms for
aqua inputs. Inputs, which covers everything. And they are already regulating under Coastal Aquaculture Authority for the supplements to be registered with the Coastal Aquaculture Authority. Today we are all aquaculture, the companies dealing in aquaculture products are registering their products with the Coastal Aquaculture Authority. So if FSI is going to monitor, would we have 2 standards, one for with Coastal Aquaculture Authority and one with FSI? And BIS will make the standards also for the aquaculture inputs and for the imports? How are we going to handle this situation?
One is, I think, to understand that BIS is not the regulator. I think that has to be very clear. BIS is a standard setting body, right?
Which is voluntary.
Yeah, I think I'm not. Okay.
It's under which ministry?
Coastal will be under I think Department of Fisheries only.
No, which ministry?
Department of Fisheries, no, not I believe.
I guess then he can give a reply on that.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. See, for the aqua feeds. Yeah. No, see, aqua feeds standards are already there. They're in existence in BIS for a long time. Standards are already existing. Now, sometimes, once the sector gets regulated, the regulator either can make their own standards or the regulator will say that BIS standards will prevail. So it can be either ways. Like FSSAI is saying that it's the cattle feed standards which are by BIS are prevailing. That's what I'm saying. Now, what exactly is in that bill, I have not seen really.
I think this also brings
I'm not too sure about that.
The point that we've been saying that there should be one nation, one set of standards and one governing body so that we know who we need to talk to and represent. That will help solve for this challenge. Yes.
Because the point is also for every product registration, Coastal Aquaculture Authority charges 10,000 rupees for registering the product. So, I mean, there has to be some coordination, communication between all the government departments as one nation, one law. We cannot have different standards.
Actually,
different monitoring bodies.
Okay. It is going to be one nation, one food law ही रहने वाला है वो. The thing is, first let the regulation come under Act 2006. After that, it is with consensus of all the stakeholders only. Even if we are thinking of getting it into Act 2006 also, it's with the consensus of animal husbandry and other stakeholders and ministry as well. So once we have regulation in place, once it is in the act and once we decide that we have to make standards, that time of course we will be having consensus of all the other ministries that whether it should be at one place. For now, what FSSAI has taken a stand is for compound feed we have to apply the standards set by BIS. So that is for now, unless we have an act. But if we talk about this, of course, it will be one place only with consensus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your question.
Yeah, Dr. Srivastava from Zoetis. My question is from Dr. Datta. Morning, Alka ma'am was mentioning about... Hello? Yes. Dr. Srivastava from Zoetis. My question is with Dr. Datta. So morning, Alka ma'am was saying about compartmentalization. She's highlighting some... So is it applicable for poultry also? And we know that it is to avert trade embargo at international level. So is it for poultry also, this compartmentalization?
Compartment is only now, India is implementing compartment for poultry only.
Okay, so
it is not now, it is being implemented I think since long. Say India, in the Y guideline, India has also notified to the Y for compartment implementation. It is presently it is implemented for poultry.
Okay, so the vaccination schedule in this zone, it will be different from the rest of the country, or it will be the same, or sort of?
No. Actually, what is happening? This compartmentalization concept is based on the good animal husbandry practices in that particular defined area. Okay. And zoning is depends on the regional basis. And presently India is implementing compartmentalizations free from avian influenza. So only for avian influenza, those compartment without vaccinations is India considering the avian influenza free compartment. But rest of the vaccines, this compartment should have, should follow all these health parameter, health norms in this compartment. Suppose in these compartments, some farms are there giving vaccines for the RD, they are giving vaccines for the Salmonella, and they should continue for that. Okay. There is no bar on that. Only thing is that avian influenza vaccination should not happen in that compartment. Otherwise, if this serum is tested for those bars, then it will give the positive result. So that cannot be declared as a free from avian influenza. So presently this is happening.
Only for export market?
Only compartment it is for export market. There is no bar of selling products from domestic consumption also. If those producer gets the remunerative price, they can use their compartment freedom. But it is presently it is for export market.
It is monitored from the government?
It is directly monitored from our ministry. Earlier I was handling and now my colleagues is handling on that. So it is this ministry, we have a team for inspection of those compartment, and for 3 years this compartment are valid, and every 3 years, that is this state government is carrying out the surveillance, and team is going, and whenever there is any reports come for outbreak, so as per the Y norms it is taking action.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you.
With this, I hand over the...
Thank you, Sandeep, for moderating such a sensitive matter, and we are all very anxious to see what happens in the future as to one nation, one law. I also thank Madam Suniti and Dr. Monica. We would really love to work together as a team with FSI, BIS, Animal Husbandry, so that we can shape the one law for this whole nation. And we appreciate Dr. Datta, Dr. Gagan Garg, and thank you, Prashant. I'm sure next time you will be heard in the committee meetings of FSI. And Chituri, thank you so much. We are still not regulated for poultry. So, abhi tak bache hue bhai sahab. So thank you all. Thank you so much. And I'll ask Sandeep to take over for the next session.
Jason, I don't think I want to waste more time. We'll call you on stage now to discuss on right to protein. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason is a management graduate from DAVV in Indore, diploma in agribusiness from XLRI, Jamshedpur. With an active presence in agri-commodity domain for over 3 decades, Jason is an expert in agri-commodity trading, especially for feeds, raw materials. He has a strong network in the domain and successfully mentored large teams and motivated them to achieve targeted goals. Currently, he is working with US SEC, which is US Soybean Export Council, as a team lead India. I would hand over the stage and podium to Jason to take it forward. Thank you.
May I have the presentation, please? Thank you. Sorry, guys, because after this intellectual interaction, there is very small space available for having fun, and I would like to complete this within 10 to 15 minutes. We are almost in time. And, you know, during the COVID scenarios, we all understand how food has the role in our survival. And protein has a big role. And, of course, CLFMA being India's apex body to handle major feed industries, and where milk, egg, broiler and aqua comes in as that, and CLFMA leads the way. So these are the major proteins which are available in the country, and that makes our industry or our organization very relevant to today's and tomorrow's time. Of course, it's all about the survival tactics, and we all learned from millions of years. But we are still keep fighting, and these challenges will keep improving day by day. So coming to soya protein and the right to protein. Right to protein is a campaign which US Soybean Exports Council is doing in India. It is to make the awareness and improve the consumption pattern of protein in our daily life. So coming to some certain wonderful facts. We all prefer tasty food over healthy food. I do not know. This is the report what we have in India. So when I discuss the same matter with others, I also understood that all over the world, people prefer tasty food than the healthy food. So this might be the one major reason behind all health-related or lifestyle diseases. And coming to the protein deficiency, 80% of our people are still under malnutrition. 95% of mothers know that protein is macronutrient. Only 3 are really understand what is the important functions of one should consume it. As per the Regional National Sample Survey, India has declining per capita protein consumption. Of course, we have highest per capita milk availability, but again, the consumption is very bad. There is some interesting facts which I would like to say, that Indian mothers believe that more than 70% of the protein is difficult to digest. I think even I was believing that protein was very difficult to digest, but that is not the fact. And 85% of mothers believe that food fortified with multivitamin is more important than protein. So we have created during all these periods, we could able to create a taboo over the protein, but actually protein is the major essential thing which we have to convert ourselves or add in our menu on a day-to-day basis to handle our protein requirement as well as being healthy. Coming back to the relevance of soy in India, it's all about 5 million soya farmers are there, but we produce some 10 to 11 million metric tons of soya bean, where in the US it's only 1 lakh farmers who makes 120 million metric tons of soybean, which is very bigger than our numbers. We have 200 crushers, about 1,000 feed millers, and whole consumer protein. See, soya is one and only one legumes. It comes under legumes, and it's one of the plant protein which is required for humans and primary source of feed, nitrogen to Mother Earth. Of course, all legumes give back nitrogen to the soil back.
And it will be the new changes in food versus fuel debate, the renewable sustainable aviation fuel and renewable energy, which is going to come produced from soya oil, will be a new change in the entire oil domain. So relevance of soy and feed industry, of course it's available, because available all across the world. People were speaking about alternative protein, but the major issue with that is availability. Second is economic affordability, economic feasibility. Again, consistent quality, sustainable source, high protein. It's having the soybean meal having a protein from 42 to 55. High digestibility, better amino acid profiles, and source of lipid. But a normal bean will be having 35 to 36% of protein, and 18 to 19% will be oil. So this is a normal projection of Indian feed for the year 2022. But of course, I have made a cumulative way from till 2025. But the point is that we have 43.37 million metric tons of feed which we are producing approximately. But on the milk, as a thumb rule, 1 liter required half a kg of feed, but we don't follow still. Which makes, if even we are getting into compound feed into cattle, I think we will be no more with any feed. I heard lots of intellectual talks on raw material, we should not import, we should be Atmanirbhar. I think we are going in the same way what Sri Lanka has done. It will be a very suicidal call. We should be little conservative in taking this kind of suggestions, and we will, of course Sri Lanka might be in a better position to handle because their population is very less. We have to handle 140. So coming to soy S&D, we have to follow SOPA because there is no other option, because SOPA is very close with the government, and government number and SOPA's number is almost same. But the problem is that how they manipulate the numbers and when they come to the how they project the numbers. If you follow their numbers, sometimes I even feel that there are some issues, but except exports, human flour. But one good thing which I have noticed in the last 10 years, the consumption for soy as a plant protein has increased. We might be consuming something around 1.5, because you can see that human food for the meal and flour, it is something 0.75, where we direct human consumption is 0.60. So it's almost 1.5 million ton is going directly to human food, which is very positive. After the COVID scenario, there is a huge demand for plant protein. So you know what exactly makes the problem? Ma'am was telling about, Monica madam was telling about the role of food, but I would precisely say that today's feed is tomorrow's food. That is why it is very relevant. That is why it has to be very cautious, because if a toxin goes into the feed, you are getting a toxic milk or a toxic food. So it is very simple and humble request that there should be the rules and regulations which should be make a healthy nation. If you are not a healthy nation, you are not wealthy at all, because the whole of the system is spending more on your medical expenses, and when the whole country is spending for the medical, I don't think that will be a good thing. So there was some models people were telling. Vietnam was one, Bangkok was one. Bangkok model, BS was explaining about the model, because they focused more on value added things. Like for example, we are exporting soybean meal, we are exporting rice, we are exporting wheat, rather than why can't we export egg? That should be the value addition. The profit percentage when you export a commodity will be 1 to 5%. When you export value addition, it will be it can be up to 30%. That is how it has to work on. Second is Vietnam model. Vietnam is a country which doesn't produce 100% requirement of its soybean meal or any raw material for the feed. They import everything from Argentina, Brazil and America, and they make wonderful basa. The whole basa we are consuming is coming from Vietnam. This is the threat. If we go like that, there will be more better challenging industries which is coming and which is focused, and they will capture your market. For one more example, now we are speaking about the shrimp export. Of course, we are very nice that 35% of Indian exports to US frozen shrimp is, India is the 35% of exporter, or we have the 35% of share of frozen shrimp exports to, but how the Madagascar is coming up. They have a focus, they have an economic, feasible, cheaper raw material, which is because they are very near. So what I understand from my 3 decades experience in this industry, the livestock industry is all about economical feed and a better breed. If we can't work on that, if we still are waiting for not getting the economically feasible feed, we will be doing something wrong to the industry, because market will get opened more and more and there will be more threat will be coming. So again, I have a question, oil seed or plant, because soya do have 18% oil, but still it is considered as oil seed, where it is not an oil seed. It has to be a protein source. It should be one of the best plant protein source which is available to the country. So this is all about trade, what's happening. I would just like to skip it. Soya human food consumption. So what exactly happening in the soya food in our sector? TVP, which we call as textured soya protein, is the largest contributor in the soya in human food. Rest is, there are tempeh, other kind of products are coming into the market. Milk is already in the market. Of course, tofu is coming into some demand, but again, there are issues with the kind of beans what we are having. But one thing we still don't recognize or understand, that we import something around 20,000 metric tons of soybean meal, soya isolate from different parts of the world. Majority from China and US and Brazil, which shows that still quality soya isolate do have a big market. The products which you are consuming in the name of Amway or any other products, it's all are from the non-GM sources of soya, which is made from the made from soya isolate. So with the last one point, how the body system works. You get sick, or you get sick because when there is an external foreign organism or abnormal cells grows in your body. Whenever we are exposed to the above, the immune system releases an antibodies to prevent the antigen. So antigen is a toxin which is other foreign substance induced to your human body. So antibodies are required to handle the antigens. So antibodies are made from proteins which are essential and non-essential, and these proteins are coming from the amino acid. And you know, soya is one plant protein which is having all 20 amino acids which is required for our human life. So I do have all 9 essential amino acids. So rest all essential amino acids are the body can't produce or store them, so you have to feed them. So that is the role of soy and any other protein. So which are the major sources available in India? Of course, for the vegetarian, there are egg, meat, poultry, fish, and other animal foods. For vegetarians, there are legumes, nuts, oil seeds are the major source of. Of course, curd is also a very good protein. I will not get into these numbers because these numbers are known to everybody. So, coming to the essence of my speech, it's a right to protein. It's an awareness campaign done by US Soy, which we have doing it in Southeast Asia. After the success of that, we have a big following. So we conduct events on this make, like for example, Sneha, Srinivasa, Suguna, and Shalimar. They are part of our soya-fed meal campaign, and there are other campaigns like Right to Protein, walkathon, marathon. So we do conduct this in other parts of the world. We do research on the availability and take questions on soya paradox, which makes an eye-opener to the environment as well as the industry, by which we can work on the same. So that's all about us. So if you have to need to know more about the Right to Protein, you can browse into righttoprotein.com, where you will get more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now have Sri S.V. Bhave on stage for the valedictory session.
Good evening, everybody. So, after 2 days, a very grand session for this Symposium of CLFMA. First of all, I would like to congratulate Chairman and all Managing Committee team and the delegates of CLFMA. So, big applause for them. When we say that some political leader will be coming in a function, so many times we have seen that we have to adjust either the timing or we have to do a major adjustment. So yesterday also, for inaugural sessions, we had 2 sessions. One in the morning, only with the minister, and then in the evening with other dignitaries. So, in inaugural session of CLFMA Symposium, there were so many dignitaries, and Lifetime Achievement Award was declared to Shri Nadirji Godrej and Shri Tarun Sridharji. And along with them, Minister and the dignitaries, CLFMA has inaugurated their souvenir report and survey of livestock. So this is a very extensive livestock report which CLFMA has published. At that time, our Honorable Minister Sri Purushottam Rupala, he delivered an address highlighting the government policies and initiatives to promote the growth and development of the livestock sector. Sri Purushottam Rupala ji emphasized the government commitment to the development of growth of fishery, animal husbandry, dairying in the country, animal husbandry and dairying sector in the country. He expressed the hope for fisheries sector citing the tremendous potential for India to lead in the world in this sector. The second inaugural session, a key highlights of CLFMA audio and visual presentation showcasing organizations' achievements and initiatives in promoting animal health, welfare and sustainable practices. Mr. Nadir Godrej Saab, it was delivered a poetic keynote address, which was a very novel thing in CLFMA Symposium up till now. Discussing the current trends and future prospects of livestock sector, emphasizing the importance of technology, achievements, and industry stakeholders. Shri Tarun Sridharji highlighted the significance of livestock sector and need for dedicated focus, attention, as well as government's commitment to supporting its growth and development. He foresees that it is a time we look beyond the present and invest in growth of a livestock sector. With appropriate policies and infrastructure development, the sector has potential to create entrepreneurship opportunities and contribute significantly to the GDP. CLFMA awards were presented to Dr. Anand Kumar Pathak, Senior Assistant Professor Animal Nutrition in Jammu, and Dr. Pankaj Kumar Singh, Professor and Head of Animal Nutrition Department of Bihar Animal Sciences University, Patna, for their significant contribution in livestock feed industry. Dr. O.P. Chowdhury was the main guest, and Dr. O.P. Chowdhury highlighted the initiative and the policies of the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying in supporting the growth of animal feed industry and encourage the collaboration between government of industry and stakeholders. He quotes, "The need to provide nutritious food to the poor is urgent. By balancing feed and fodder, we can make it more affordable for the weaker section of the society. It is important for those who involved in CLFMA to find new ways to support themselves, such as exporting to economically weaker countries. Government support is crucial in this endeavor. Additional efforts should be made to increase the purchasing power of the people and include the unorganized sector in the organized sector." Then today we had a very informative 3 sessions. Session 1 was graduating from quantity to quality, making our agricultural livestock fishery globally competitive, moderated by Sri Balram Singh Ji, past chairman of CLFMA of India. The session featured engaging discussion from the esteemed speakers, panelists, Srimati Alka Upadhyay, Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh, and Sri Tarun Sridharji. Dr. Alka Upadhyay ji announced that the Animal Infrastructure Development Fund had shown the promising results and has to be extended to further support to growth of the livestock sector. She invited the private players to come forward and invest in livestock sector as well. Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh brought the attention to a robust public-private partnership. He emphasized on the formalization of livestock sector. While the dairy industry has made significant strides in formalization, there is still a room for improvement in the meat sector. Shri Tarun Sridharji said that let us not just measure our success in numbers of or quantity, but in the value we bring to the market. As the largest, most populous country, we have the potential to the biggest market in the world. He is very optimistic that together we can create a sustainable, prosperous future for food production sector. Session 2 challenge of feed security, bringing the demand and supply. The session was moderated by Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastav and esteemed panelists Sri G. N. Singh ji, Praveen Malik ji, Mr. Naveen Pashuparthi and Sri Sandeep Karkhani sahab. The most important point was raised by Dr. Sandeep Karkhani sahab at the end of the session by asking the audience and the panelists a very serious issue, that can we start pushing on GM variety to be introduced in India to increase the productivity. He also said that we must prioritize cultivating a high yield varieties of maize and explore a new product like bajra, sorghum for animal feed. Disease challenges and availability of raw material must be closely addressed by lawmakers and policymakers. Sri J.N. Singh highlights the importance of environmentally responsible production practices and reducing dependence on foreign products. He also emphasized that need to address future challenges by finding solutions within their own country, such as establishing cooperatives. Additionally, they stress the significance of tapping into a potential and domestic market, specifically in animal compound feed market, and advocating for liberal policy approach to attract investments and promote entrepreneurship in poultry and dairy sector. Mr. Naveen Pashuparthi brought up an issue of investments in alternative protein entrepreneurship. Dr. Praveen Malik continuously emphasized on industry to prioritize R&D and collaborate with private sector, find innovative solutions. The private sector should actively engage in R&D collaborations to meet industry requirements. The third session, Development and Initiative for Regularity Framework. It was moderated by Sri Sandeep Singh ji. Panelists include Dr. Sujit Datta Sahab, Dr. Gagan Garg, Dr. Suniti, Dr. Monica, and Dr. Prashant Shinde and Mr. Suresh Raidu Chitturi. With the engaging presentation of our esteemed panelists highlighted on ensuring the safety and development standards of animal feed. Dr. Monica said that ensuring the safety of animal feed is not just about the protecting animals, but also about safeguarding their health. She suggested several rationale for including animal feed into FSS Act 2006. By including animal feed into FSS Act 2006, we aim to improve the quality of raw materials, control manufacturing and distribution, and ultimate guarantee the safety of our food chain. Dr. Suniti, once crucial aspect of involving stakeholders and representatives from consumer bodies and government sector in our national level technical committees. By doing so, we can ensure that our decision-making process are inclusive and consider a wider perspective. Mr. Chitturi pointed out that focus of vaccine in our country seems to be primarily on one disease. He stressed the need for more comprehensive approach with vaccines developed for wider range of diseases that affect the poultry industry. Without up-to-date vaccines, farmers are left vulnerable to the constant threat of outbreaks, putting their livelihoods at risk. Dr. Shinde referred to the previous speaker to make his comment. While the committee formation and the scientific research background are commendable, it is essential that experts with practical industry knowledge included to ensure the voice of industry is considered. We are willing to share our data to collaborate for a better outcome. Dr. Sujit Datta said, standards should be made mandatory. Industry collaboration and data-driven standards are the key of ensuring effective and implementable solutions. Dr. Gagan Garg shared a light on topic of session, saying regulating the import and exports of animal feed is crucial, and to make standards, a clear draft of specific requirement is necessary within the industry. So within this 2-day session, it was a clear message from government side that the industry or the stakeholders, they should be more vocal to get government support, and we should have a clear vision unanimously so that how we can draft our demands specifically and go to government. So I will say this is a big or Herculean task for CLFMA onwards, that they should come forward and make this draft and to be in continuously touch with the policy makers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Bhaveji. May I now request Neeraj on stage, please, for his felicitation. What happened? Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. Can I now have Mr. Suresh Deora and Divya on stage to felicitate all our sponsors, media guests and invitees for this 2-day event. We'll start with the platinum sponsors. Can we have the team of Godrej Agrovet on stage, please? I'll come on. Can we now have the Kemin team, Kemin Industries South Asia Private Limited team on stage, please? Are they there? I'll keep announcing the name. Okay. Okay. Kemin Industries South Asia Private Limited. Team from Kemin, please. Now we move on to the gold sponsors. Team from Cargill India Private Limited. Okay. Team from Indian Herbs Specialities Private Limited. I don't have that. Should I call? Can I request all the office bearers of CLFMA India to be on stage now? Are they there? Yeah, the third team is Interface Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, Natural Remedies Private Limited. They're coming. Next, can we have the Novus Animal Nutrition India Private Limited team? For the next award, can we also have the US Soybean Export Council team? I can figure it out. Jason, be on that side and it'll be easier. US soybean followed by Indian herbs. Can we now have the Vitogen Animal Health LLP team? Vitogen Animal Health LLP. Now we move on to the silver sponsors. The Ayurved Limited team. Berg and Smith India Private Limited. DSM Nutritional Products India Private Limited. Evonik India Private Limited. Himalaya Wellness Company. Anyone from Himalaya Wellness Company? You're there. Uwe Pharma SEA Pune Private Limited. Uwe Pharma. Nanda Feeds Private Limited. Nanda Feeds Private Limited. Noveltex Feed Private Limited. Noveltech. They're there. Shiv Shakti Agro India Private Limited. Yeah, only, okay.
Tell me, where?
Yeah, I hear now. You have to start with the cultural program sponsors.
Okay. Cultural program sponsors Godrej Tyson Foods. No. Now he is going as a lamb. High-Tech Energy Cultural Program, Bhave Saab, आइए, and team. High-Tech Energy Feeds Cultural Program, Bhave, please come. No, please come. Next time, Bhave Sahab will be sponsoring platinum, gold and silver. Cultural program, Perstop Chemicals India Private Limited, Perstop. Per stop chemicals. AGM lunch, Shanti Feeds Private Limited. Mr. Ram Kutti can come and accept the award. AGM dinner, Alltech Biotechnology. Alltech. AGM dinner, Hipra India Private Limited. Hipra India. Anybody from Hipra India? Symposium lunch, BASF India Limited. BASF, Symposium lunch, BASF. छाबड़ा साहब हिप्रा के लिए ले रहे क्या? Symposium lunch, Kamdhenu Udyog Private Limited. Kamdhenu Udyog Private Limited. Symposium lunch, Region Biocorps. Symposium lunch, Region Biocorps. Not there. Abhay, stay on. Acha, region? Okay. Region Biocorps. Next is Abhay, Spectrums. Spectrums Engineering, Abhay. Symposium dinner, Rosari Biotech Limited. Rosari Biotech. Symposium dinner, Zamira Life Sciences. That was Sujit Kulkarni actually. I don't see Sujit Kulkarni here. No, no? Okay. Next is Indian Trading Bureau Private Limited. वो भी नहीं है. Okay. KSE Limited, Anil M. Not here. Alana Sons. Okay, Zamira. Anybody from Rosari? Rosari? Indian Trading? Indian Trading, KSE Limited, KSE Limited, Seva Polchem. Anybody from Seva Polchem? Neotech Projects. Neotech Projects. Ramkutti, Niswin. ये क्या कर रहा है? फिर से कर रहा है क्या? Niswin. एक है, इसको मैं देगा, इसको मैं देगा, Zoitis. Remove. Coastal Exports Corporation. Coastal Exports Corporation. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge and thank also the other associations. They've been kind enough to participate in our AGM, in our symposium. We would like to felicitate All India Poultry Breeders Association, Central Poultry Development Organization and Training Institute, INFA, anybody from INFA? नीरज, इन्फा से ले लेना, इन्फा के लिए ले लो आप। नहीं है विजय टैंक जी, मेरे ख्याल से चलेगा, पहले बाहर थे वो। इन्फा। ओके, नीरज एंड विल टेक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ इन्फा। Karnataka Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association, KPFBA, nobody. National Institute of Animal Nutrition and Physiology, NINP. Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association, Poultry Federation India, Solvent Extractors Association. हाँ आ गए सर, आ गए। PFI, Vets in Poultry, Vets in Poultry, US Grain Council, US Grain Council. Oh my God.
That's why I said. Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture, All India Cottonseed Crushers Association, Indian Dairy Association.
Okay, where did you go? Indian Merchants Chamber. Anybody from Indian Merchants Chamber? The Soybean Processors Association of India. Poultry Breeders Association of Telangana. International Ag Commission. Indian Poultry Journalists Association. West Bengal Poultry Federation. आप लोग इसके बाद West Bengal Poultry Federation. All Kerala Poultry Federation. Broiler Coordination Committee. Andhra Pradesh Poultry Federation. Confederation of Indian Industries. Progressive Dairy Farmers Association, PDFA. Broiler Breeder Association North. UP Distilleries Association, UP Distillers Association. Institution of Veterinarians of Poultry Industry. Ms. Zahra Imtiaz, Asian Feed Magazine. Mr. Dinesh Kumar Arora, SR Publications. Mr. Amin Rao, Poultry Voice of India. Mr. R.K. Singhal, Vishwa Vyapar. Ms. Fatima, Feed Info. Ms. Prachi Arora, Benison Media. Mr. B.V. Shankar, Tejasvi Publications. Ms. Neha Tripathi. Ms. Neha Tripathi. Ms. Anjana Nair, Agriculture Today Group. Anybody from DD News?
A special recognition to our dear own Ravi Chandran ji. Ravi Chandran ji, आइए. We have to appreciate you. We have to recognize you. We have to felicitate you. And we have to thank you for helping us out every time with Minister Saab. Thank you so much, Ravi Chandran ji.
Kisan News TV team, DD Kisan, anybody from All India Radio, Mr. NSN Murthy Poultry Herd, Mr. Rakesh Bharadwaj Poultry Express, Mr. B.S. Rana, Poultry Punch Publications, Mr. Vidura Gupta, Dairy India Yearbook, Mr. G.V. Babu, Aquastar, Mr. M.A. Nazir, NRS Publications, Ms. Ritu Kala, Poultry Trends,
Mr. Vishal Gupta, Poultry Times of India. HyBiz TV. Now only this much.
No, we have to give the hotel also.
Oh, that's now coming. Is he there?
Yeah, he's here already.
Let him get done and I'll call. We'd like to thank the hotel for their warm hospitality. May we have Mr. Rajesh Sikka and Ms. Divya Shoki from Hotel Le Méridien. Can we also have Mr. Jaideep Mazumdar from Real Show? Come. Yeah. It's also a time to acknowledge and appreciate the effort put in by the CLFMA staff. Can we have Ms. Chandrika Venkatesh? Ms. Shilpa Otekar. To bring curtains to this session, may we now have Dr. Anup Kandra for vote of thanks.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Well, it is
I don't think so. We should forget IMARC. IMARC is the one who's made the survey report for CLFMA, the 2 volumes, beautifully done. Thank you, Malti, for doing such a wonderful job. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure with your survey report, it's going to be very helpful for the industry. Thank you, IMARC. Thank you, Malti. Sorry, Kala sir.
That's fine.
Sorry for
Good evening, everyone. Well, it is said that all's well that ends well, and which is what brings me here for the vote of thanks. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, delegates, and participants. It is my esteemed pleasure to be here to present the vote of thanks on behalf of the CLFMA Organizing Committee. We extend heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing this National Symposium on Livestock Sector, looking beyond the present. Your presence has added immense value to this event, and we truly honor it. Our special thanks to Sri Purushottam Rupalaji, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, Government of India, for his insightful address and guiding us towards the way forward. I also take this opportunity to thank Shri Nadir B. Godrej, past chairman of CLFMA, and the MD and chairman of Godrej Industries, and Shri Tarun Sridharji for accepting this honor and the Lifetime Achievement Award from CLFMA. Surely big thanks to all the panelists, senior government officials from BIS, FSSI, and our own Animal Husbandry Department for having spared their valuable time to share their insights on the upcoming opportunities to this sector. Special thanks to all our sponsors, partners for their unwavering support, without which, of course, this symposium would not have been successful. We really thank you from bottom of our heart. I also wish to acknowledge the hard work and the dedication of our organizing committee, volunteers and the staff who worked tirelessly to make this symposium successful. Special thanks to all our friends from the press, fraternity, hotel, whose support and entire program would not have been successful. Lastly, I would surely like to thank each and every one of you present here today. Your enthusiasm and participation made this symposium a great platform for exchange of knowledge and networking for value creation. Once again, thank you all for being here and part of this momentum occasion. Thank you so very much. Jai Hind.